Damn! My head is spinning. It seems that ergotu and sleeping pills are not powerful enough. Su Yang got up and pounded his head. It really fucking hurts. Just last night, he drank a bottle of ergotu in one go and swallowed a bottle of sleeping pills, but he didn't die. Oh. What the hell did I do wrong? You won't even let me die? Su Yang furiously pounded his aching head, venting his frustration. Oh. Honey, please don't hit yourself anymore. Suddenly, a timid voice sounded beside him, and it was a woman's voice. Who? Su Yang couldn't help but be startled, and opened his eyes in an instant. A woman with disheveled hair was looking at him carefully, looking very scared. Young lady? Big sister? Auntie? The woman in front of him seemed to be in her 30s. Although her face was thin, she was extremely beautiful. Her fair face was covered in tears. She was wearing a torn nightgown and was sitting trembling next to Su Yang. What did you call me? Su Yang rubbed his head, trying to remember what had happened the day before. He only remembered. Yesterday in the rental house, he was alone, and he drank a bottle of ergotu in one gulp and swallowed a bottle of sleeping pills. Then, he fell asleep very quickly. When he woke up, why was there a beautiful older sister in front of him? It seemed. This older sister looks familiar. Who is she? Why is she in my bed? My head was spinning and I couldn't remember who she was. And if I don't concentrate, I can't see clearly. Husband. The woman timidly looked at Su Yang and quickly lowered her head. She covered her chest with her hands, as if the buttons on her pajamas had been ripped off. Husband? Su Yang couldn't help but be more confused. Last night, he watched helplessly as Lolan, the goddess he had been chasing for 4 years, got into another man's sports car, and was kissed and caressed by him. He watched helplessly as the taillights of the sports car disappeared. He completely collapsed, so he did something stupid in his rented room. But now, when he woke up, someone suddenly called him husband? Is he hallucinating? Su Yang's heart stirred, and he reached out to touch the older sister's face. Oh. Warm and smooth. There were also moist traces of tears. The woman dared not move, and her body trembled slightly out of fear. Brother. The woman seemed to feel that Su Yang was not satisfied with the title of husband, so she immediately changed it. Brother? Su Yang touched the woman's face, and he was even more confused. This is a real person, how could it be an illusion? Little sister, what's your name? Su Yang suddenly thought, was this the takeaway he had ordered with the last 1,000 yuan he had left last night? To comfort his wounded heart? Big brother. The woman didn't dare to move, and immediately obediently began to cooperate with him. My name is Lu Shui. Lu Shui? Su Yang couldn't help but be shocked. This name is so familiar. It seems. How come Lauren's best friend has the same name? Su Yang rubbed his head and suddenly remembered. That's right. Luo Lin's best friend's name is Lu Shui. But that's not right. This woman is obviously over 30 years old and is a mature older sister. She must be much more attractive than Lu Shui. Su Yang reached out and brushed the woman's loose hair to the sides, concentrating and looking carefully. It's strange. How does this woman look so much like Lu Shui? Lu Shui is Lolan's best friend, but she is just a green-eyed schoolgirl. Under Lolan's aura, she is not outstanding at all. But Su Yang knew that this girl, Lu Shui, was very interesting to him. But he never paid any attention to her. After all, there was Lolan. How could he care about such a skinny girl? Forget it. Who cares who she is? Maybe she just looks like Lu Shui. How much did I pay you to come and keep me company? Su Yang only has 1,000 yuan left, but now that he hasn't died, he still has to pay rent and eat, and he needs money for all that. Although this older sister is very pretty, it's best to save some money for food, right? No, I don't want your money. The woman hesitated for a moment, her eyes flickered, and then she replied timidly. Oh. Su Yang let out a sigh of relief. But seeing how pitiful this older sister looks, it must be hard for her to do this job. Forget it, just give her 500 yuan, half for each of us. Her pajamas were tattered and torn, and the buttons on her chest were missing. She must have been too crazy last night. And this older sister is really quite pretty. We're both down on our luck. Su-yang thought about this and turned around to fumble for his phone by the bedside, ready to transfer 500 yuan to the big sister. Ha! Is the pillow not mine? This bed, this room. Su-yang shook his head and carefully identified it. No, this is not his rental house. It seems, this should be the big sister's room. So this older sister provides home-style services. Click. Tapping, tapping, tapping. Suddenly, there is a sound of someone opening the door outside the room, followed by footsteps. Then, it seems like someone has entered another room. Who is it? Su-yang was startled. Could it be that the older sister's husband has returned? If he is caught in the act, he will surely be beaten up again. Su-yang quickly got up and tried to open the door a little bit to take a peek. If her husband didn't notice, she would quickly slip away. Please. As Su-yang rolled over and got out of bed, the older sister suddenly jumped down and hugged his legs. She whispered urgently. Tears of pleading flowed from her eyes. Honey, please don't bother your daughter, okay? She's about to take the high school entrance exam, please. Su-yang turned around somewhat puzzled. What? Is that her daughter outside? Holy shit. I'm not a bad person, why the hell would I bother your daughter? Su-yang looked down at the older sister kneeling at her feet, and the more she looked, the more familiar she felt. He couldn't help but reach out and lift her chin, looking at her carefully. It's so similar. This older sister really looks like Lu Shui. Honey, don't hit her face, okay? I have to go to the parents' meeting tomorrow. Chapter 2, Auntie, don't be afraid. The woman's eyes flickered, and she didn't dare to look at Su-yang. She seemed to be trembling with fear, and tears of misery flowed from her slightly closed eyes. Auntie, don't be afraid. This older sister's daughter is about to take the high school entrance exam, so she must be 15 years old. So she must be at least 35 years old, right? Now Su-yang is only 21 years old, so it's not wrong to call her an aunt. Alas. She is already in her 30s, but she is still hiding her daughter and taking in clients to make money. It's really not easy. Not to mention, this older sister is really very attractive. A mature older sister is really much more attractive than an inexperienced student girl. And she even provides homestyle services, calling her husband every now and then. Alas. If I had money, I would definitely give her more and definitely take care of her business. Su-yang looked at the older sister at her feet and couldn't help but feel a touch of sympathy in her heart. It seems that this older sister's husband must not be a good person. Or, her husband has passed away. Otherwise, she wouldn't be doing this kind of business, would she? If her daughter finds out, she'll be so embarrassed. Honey, don't go out, okay? I have to go see my daughter. She hasn't had dinner yet. The woman held onto Su-yang's leg tightly and wouldn't let him go. Okay, I'm going to go to bed for a while. Since this is the case, Su-yang is not in a hurry to slip away. Now his head is still pounding, so he might as well go back to bed and sleep for a while. Whoever this older sister is, anyway, a husband and wife spend 100 days together after a single night. Okay. Seeing this, the woman let go of her arms around Su-yang. Please, husband, don't go out. My daughter is about to take her high school entrance exam. Okay, don't worry. Su-yang waved his hand in a daze, climbed back into bed, pulled the quilt and lay down. A faint fragrance came over. Su-yang couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He had been chasing after Lolan for 4 years, but he had never even kissed her. He didn't expect that he would end up with a big sister who still had a lot of charm, and they spent the night as husband and wife. But for what happened last night, Su-yang couldn't even remember anything, as if he had lost his memory. Pop. Click. Su-yang was thinking in a confused state when the older sister turned off the lights, left the room, and closed the door. Mom, why are you still with that smelly man? I hate him to death. An angry voice of a girl came from outside. Shu. Lower your voice. After all, he is your real father. When you were little, he used to carry you around all day long. That was the voice of the older sister, but it was very low. I hate him. He beats you every day. He's not a human being. The girl's voice was full of disgust, as if she hated the man in the room. Su Yang was stunned. Who are these two talking about? That older sister just kept calling my husband, and now she's saying he's the little girl's father. Holy shit. Did I just time travel? Did I just be reborn? Are you kidding me? But yesterday I clearly drank a bottle of ergwotu and swallowed a bottle of sleeping pills. In theory, I should have died. In an instant. Su Yang rolled over and got up. He was half awake from the hangover. Then he reached out and fumbled around the bedside lamp. Damn it! Su Yang quickly looked at himself. This pajamas. It's not mine at all. I've never had pajamas like this. Mirror, mirror. Su Yang then looked around for a mirror to see himself. At the same time, he reached out to touch his face. This. Why is my beard so unkempt? I'm only 21 years old, right? There are only a few slightly longer hairs on my chin. How did I grow a full beard overnight? Su Yang was shocked. It seems that I have really been reborn. If I was reborn, then what about my current memories? Why don't I have any? Why do I only have memories before I started drinking and taking drugs? Where is my phone? He quickly lifted the pillow and frantically searched for it. Where is my phone? Oh. There's one on the bedside table. What a strange phone. But why does it seem so familiar? Su Yang reached out and took the phone, and habitually pressed it. Fingerprint unlocking. Wow. It actually unlocked. Su Yang directly opened the camera and switched to the front camera. In an instant. He was stunned. The video showed a man with a beard. He looked to be in his 30s. Why does this person look so much like me? Could it be that this bearded man is me? Su Yang quickly checked the time on his phone. 2024. Wow. Yesterday was clearly 2009. This. It turns out that I really did travel through time, and I even traveled 15 years into the future. That poor, beautiful young woman was actually my wife. I actually thought she was a prostitute. This is interesting. I didn't die. I even have such a perfect and beautiful wife. Oh. Damn it. This mature and beautiful young woman's taste is far superior to that of the S-Class Lauren. Although she looks like Lu Shui, she is much more attractive than her. This is really interesting. Does God know that I prefer older women, so he let me reincarnate 15 years later? OMG. Such a stunningly beautiful young woman is actually my wife. I've never experienced anything like this before. Ha ha ha. Then I'll have to experience it. Outside the room. Mom, tell him to get lost. I don't want to see him. I really hate him. Shoo, keep your voice down, silly girl. No matter what, he's still your father. Su Yang's wife kept reassuring her daughter, saying good things about her father. This. Su Yang couldn't help scratching his head, and a wave of uncontrollable anger surged up in his heart. I've been fucking around for 15 years. Is this how I've been spending my time? My wife is scared to death. And the daughter hates herself so much that she grinds her teeth. OMG. Su Yang wanted to get out of bed and hold his wife and daughter in his arms tightly. Then he told them seriously that he would definitely be a good father and husband in the future. But after thinking about it, he dismissed the idea. It takes more than one day to freeze 3 feet of ice. The way his wife and children are now, it shows that he, Su Yang, has never really been good to them over the years. Let's wait a bit longer, don't scare them again. Chapter 3, Dear Husband. I'm ready. Su Yang looked around the bedroom with the light from the bedside lamp. It was obvious that this was an old house, and the furnishings were very simple. Even the door of the large closet by the bed was about to fall off. The clothes hanging inside also seemed old. Oh. What a life. Such a beautiful wife, and she doesn't even have a single new dress. I don't know how long it was. The door to the room opened and Su Yang's wife came back. Su Yang opened his eyes and saw her standing by the bed, holding a glass in her hand. Still wearing the same torn pajamas. Only the buttons on her chest had been torn off and seemed to have been sewn back on. Honey, have some water. The children have already gone to bed. Su Yang sat up with a grunt, staring at his stunning wife in front of him. Did she just say her name was Lu Shui? That name is so familiar. Isn't that the name of Lolan's best friend? Damn it! I was reborn, but I don't remember anything. This is really a headache. Honey, slow down. Seeing Su Yang sit up, the woman carefully handed him a cup with both hands. There was a hint of tenderness and a smile on her face. But Su Yang could tell that the smile was a bit forced. Su Yang looked at his gentle and beautiful wife, and his heart was pounding. He took the cup from her hand with a slightly trembling hand. He accidentally touched her hand. Warm and smooth. Thank you, my dear wife. Su Yang took a sip of water to hide his embarrassment and the heat in his eyes. Then he tried to suppress his excitement and said a soft thank you. Damn it! This wife is so beautiful. It's really exciting. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang blankly, not knowing how to respond for a moment. What's wrong with him today? Why did he say thank you to me? And he called me wife so gently? When he's happy, he calls me little girl, and hits me without distinguishing between the two. When he's unhappy, he calls me miss, bitch, or dead bitch, and hits me without any regard for my feelings. But he's never thanked me before. What's wrong with him today? He looks so drunk, his expression is so strange, and there's a lust in his eyes that's so scary. Is he going to beat me up again? But my daughter is home today. I just hope he won't beat me too hard. Su Yang finished drinking the water and smiled a little embarrassedly. He had just been reborn and was still unfamiliar with his wife. This gentle and beautiful mature older sister in front of him is really making one's imagination run wild. Husband. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's smile and was suddenly scared and shuddered. It seems that he is very happy today. Honey, did I mess up last night? I'm sorry, your clothes are all torn. No. It's fine. I'm used to it. I just hope that you can be a little gentler when you hit me in the future. The child is at home. Today. Can you not beat me? Tomorrow I have to attend a parent-teacher meeting for her, and I don't want others to see. Lu Shui squatted at Su Yang's bedside, begging softly. This. Su Yang looked at his wife's trembling and worried expression and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Why would I hit you for no reason? I would only love you more, my beautiful and fragrant wife. Honey, how could I possibly hit you? Get up. Su Yang reached out and pulled her sleeve, not wanting her to continue to squat on the ground. She looked as if she had been beaten by him for many years, and had suffered serious after effects. Lu Shui's eyes flickered, as if she was confused. Honey, are you really not going to hit me today? Lu Shui did not dare to move, and there was a hint of obvious expectation in her eyes. The pitiful look made Su Yang feel so distressed. Damn it! It seems that I have beaten her a lot in the past. What a fucking animal! No, don't worry, dear. Su Yang scratched his head and quickly reached out to hold her arm and pull her up. What a soft and smooth arm, what a perfect body. This wife is really the best. Well, okay, just hit her lightly for a while. Lu Shui couldn't help but let out a sigh. For so many years. Whenever he came home, he was basically drunk every time. Every time he came home, he would beat her. Sometimes he hit her lightly, sometimes he hit her hard. Since he came home drunk yesterday, he has slept for a whole day. Now that he's sober, he'll probably start hitting me again. But judging from his mood today, if things go as expected, he will probably hit me lightly. Pop. Lu Shui turned off the bedside lamp. Then she turned around gently, sat on the bed, took off her slippers, and climbed into bed. She shivered slightly and climbed into the bed. Honey. I'm ready. Su Yang couldn't help but feel excited. Even his whole body was trembling slightly. This. Can I enjoy such extreme happiness so soon? Amen, Buddha, Alleluia. So fast. If that's the case. What are you waiting for? Su Yang shrank down and lay down. He turned around and was right behind Lu Shui. Shivering. Trembling. Su Yang didn't know if she was scared or excited. Leaning against her back, his heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. If the previous loss of memory was not counted, this was the first time Su Yang had touched a member of the opposite sex so closely. "Honey, I love you." Su Yang boldly whispered a sentence. This was the first time he had ever said such a thing to a woman. Even he felt that his voice was slightly trembling. For a 21-year-old soul to be next to a mature and unfamiliar young woman, it's no wonder he was excited. "Honey. Actually, I've always wanted to ask you. Have you ever really loved me?" Lu Shue's voice was very soft, and there was a hint of resentment. "Of course, how could I not love you?" Su Yang said without thinking. "Such a good wife. If you don't love her, then you're not a human being. At least he should not be considered a man." Chapter 4, Dear wife, let me take good care of you. My wife is so gentle and beautiful, of course I like her. Su Yang actually couldn't say anything romantic, and he didn't remember much about the past, so he could only say vaguely. He had only ever chased after Lolan, and at most, he had held her hand. As for sweet words, he really wasn't very good at them. "Thank you, husband. This is the first time you've ever praised me." Lu Shue's voice had a hint of a sob in it. Her body was also slightly trembling. "Honey, in the future, can I always say nice things like this to you?" Su Yang didn't know the details of how he had treated her in the past, and he basically knew nothing about the past. But he guessed. He must have been a beast. But this thing, he actually did it himself. Good. "Honey, when you come back next time, can you not drink so much? Drinking is bad for your health." Lu Shui used to advise him not to drink, at least not to get drunk. But every time she tried to persuade him, he would get angry. But this time, he had been drunk for so long. Even at the risk of being beaten up, I have to persuade him. "Okay, I'll listen to my wife and stop drinking." Su Yang reached out and gently placed his hand on Lu Shui's shoulder. "Okay." Lu Shui replied softly, and tears flowed uncontrollably down her face. This was the first time he had listened to her, and the first time he had not lost his temper. "Honey, don't cry. It's all my fault. Anyway, it's not clear what he did in the past, but it's always right to admit your mistakes." "Husband." Lu Shui seemed to have suddenly found an outlet, and she couldn't help crying. However, the sound of her crying was very small, as if she was trying to restrain herself. "Damn it. I was really a bastard. Otherwise, why would she be so aggrieved?" "Honey. I've been so bad to you, haven't you ever thought about getting a divorce?" Su Yang couldn't help but be curious. Since her husband was such a beast, she might as well find someone who loved her and be together. "No. I have sworn to my husband that no matter what you do to me, I, Lu Shui, will love you for the rest of my life." "Husband, do you think I'm cheap?" Su Yang could clearly feel that her body was still trembling slightly. Alas. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh softly. "I never thought that my wife would be such a sentimental person. What a good woman who was so loyal and kind." In an instant, Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. If Lolan had loved me like this before, how wonderful it would have been. Unfortunately, I didn't have that kind of luck. Damn it. He even swallowed a bottle of sleeping pills because of that Lolan. "Wife, you are so good." Su Yang held his wife's hand quietly, trying to hold back his excitement. "Honey, you're so good to me today. I hope you can be this good to me every time you come back." There was a clear expectation in Lu Shui's voice. "Okay. I promise, I will keep my word." Su Yang put his arm around Lu Shui's shoulders and wanted her to turn around. "It felt strange to have her back to me." Lu Shui obediently turned around and then curled up timidly. Neither welcoming nor rejecting, she looked like she was ready to be picked. "Okay, honey, don't cry. Don't cry. Alas. I'm really a bastard." Su Yang couldn't help but sigh, and then hugged the curled up Lu Shui in his arms. "Honey, as long as you don't hit me, I'll be really satisfied. As for the child, I'll find a way to take care of her myself." "Okay, honey, I won't hit you anymore." Su Yang stroked Lu Shui's back lightly, trying to calm down the excitement and strangeness in his heart. "Ha? What's on my wife's back? Why does it look like there's a scar? Holy cow! What's going on? Is it a bruise? Honey, does the wound on your back still hurt? Suyang gently stroked the scar on Lu Shue's back, and couldn't help but feel a wave of pain in his heart. Such a beautiful and tasteful wife. How could I hit her? This is too much. Damn. I really deserve a beating. Well, the wound you got yesterday still hurts a little. It's okay, honey. I'm used to it. Honey, do you hate your husband? No. I don't hate my husband, I don't hate him. Lu Shui curled up in Su Yang's arms, her voice tinged with a hint of resentment. She said she didn't hate him, but you could tell she was angry. Honey, I'm sorry for making you suffer. As he said this, Su Yang couldn't help but hold his wife's slightly thin body tightly. He was very excited, but he was also very concerned about the woman in his arms. Honey, thank you for not hitting me today. Well, you have to thank me even if you don't get beaten. Alas. What a pitiful woman. Honey, let me take care of you. Such a poor and meek woman is simply the best. Su Yang couldn't help but impulsively hug Lu Shui in his arms. Such a mature, beautiful, gentle, and lovely wife must be taken care of. It's definitely not too much to take care of her 8 or 10 times a day. That's good. Husband, thank you. Did you win money playing mahjong? Lu Shui listened to Su Yang's words and couldn't help but feel a lot more relaxed. Today he was really different from before. He even said some heartwarming words for the first time. Playing cards? Su Yang couldn't help but be surprised. When did I ever play mahjong? Not to mention winning money. Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. Did I play cards all the time? Playing cards, drinking, and beating up my wife? My wife, I won't play cards anymore. Before Su Yang was reborn, he did not gamble. Then after he was reborn, he definitely wouldn't play cards. Lu Shui couldn't help but be speechless. It seems that this man hasn't changed at all, and he's still full of nonsense. He used to drink and play mahjong every day. That's his fate. Now he says he won't play mahjong anymore. Who would believe him? Well, I hope you can keep your promise. Lu Shui's tone clearly showed her disappointment. The trace of joy that she had felt just now had disappeared without a trace. However, she nestled in Su Yang's arms and dared not move. Chapter 5, Treasure Woman. For such a man, don't look at what he says, he might turn his face at any time and beat her up. Anyway, it's been more than 10 years, so she's used to it. Honey, since you said you won't beat me today, I want to say one more thing. Yes, dear. The child is about to take the high school entrance exam. With her current grades, she is only expected to get a place in the second tier of the top high school. It is estimated that it will cost a lot of money. Don't go to Lolan's place anymore. She doesn't like you at all. She's just trying to cheat you out of your money. Lu Shui clenched her small hands and said in a trembling voice. She knew that after she said it, he might get angry and beat her up. But she had to say it for her daughter's tuition. After all, she can't just go to other men for money, can she? Lorraine? Su Yang was shocked. I'd been reborn, why is there still Lolan's business? Besides, I hate her now, why should I spend money on her? Her name is Lu Shui, and now she's talking about Lorraine. These two names are the best of best friends. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Honey, did you hear what I said? Lorraine almost killed you 10 years ago. Why? Are you still thinking about her? I'm telling you this, for your own good, and for the money we need for our children's schooling. What? Su Yang's head couldn't help but throb. Holy cow! Honey, are you saying that Lolan almost killed me before? Yes, honey, don't you remember? That night you drank a bottle of ergotu and swallowed a whole bottle of sleeping pills. If I hadn't gone to find you, you might really have died. What? Su Yang couldn't help but feel shocked. Damn it! So that's what happened. The wife in my arms. It turns out to be Lolan's best friend, Lu Shui. The skinny little girl I used to know, I never thought she would grow up to be so beautiful. Under the shock, Su Yang's previous drunkenness instantly disappeared. Pop! He turned around and reached for the switch on the wall. The lights in the room came on. Su Yang sat up and rubbed his eyes. Swish! He lifted the quilt. Honey, you said you wouldn't hit me. Su Yan looked carefully at Lu Shui, who was curled up in bed, in the light of the headlights. She was shivering, her eyes were flashing, and she couldn't help but tremble all over. It seemed like she was about to be hit by a storm of punches. Lu Shui? Wife. Su Yang gently lifted her long hair that covered her face, and his eyes were full of surprise. Honey. Please don't hit my face. I really have to attend the parents' meeting tomorrow. Please? Lu Shui tightly held Su Yang's arm with both hands, her eyes full of pleading. Okay, I won't hit you. I promise I won't hit you. At this point, Su Yang's mind was still in shock, and he just nodded along with Lu Shui's pleading. Okay, then hit me. Lu Shui rolled over and got up, then turned around and knelt on the bed. She turned her back to Su Yang and lifted her shirt. Sigh. Su Yang could see clearly now. Liao Xue's back was covered with scars. This. Su Yang was shocked. It was really scary. He shook his head and rubbed his eyes. There were so many scars on such a perfect back. Did I do this? It's worse than an animal. Honey, turn around and let me see you. Su Yang felt that his head was full of bags and a bunch of question marks. You said you wouldn't hit me in the face. Don't worry, I won't hit you, I won't hit you. Okay. Lu Shui turned around trembling, lowered her head, and was still trembling in fear. Ugh. What a perfect figure. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Honey, get dressed quickly, don't catch a cold. Su Yang's eyes turned red, and he couldn't help but feel a little dry in his throat. This is the first time I've seen her up close like this. She's so perfect. Su Yang quickly reached out to help Lu Shui put on her pajamas. Honey, did you really save me back then? Yes, my dear husband. Have you forgotten all this? Su Yang reached out and lifted up Lu Shui's hair, staring at her in shock. Then it's true. No wonder she looks so much like Lu Shui, she is Lu Shui. But she was just a skinny little girl, and now she's so beautiful and so full of flavor. Honey, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? Well, Lu Shui, I suddenly realized that you are really beautiful. Honey, you haven't called me little girl or little silly today. I'm so happy. Lu Shui quietly observed Su Yang's expression. He didn't seem to be angry at all. Wow. Lu Shui has become my wife. And she has become so beautiful and so tasteful. If you compare Lorraine with the current Lu Shui, 10 Lorraines are not as good as 1 Lu Shui. In terms of docility and obedience, Lorraine is no match for her. Holy shit. I've been reborn 15 years later. I've even married Lu Shui. But, judging from the way things are now, it seems that I have tortured Lu Shui for more than 10 years. Just look at the scars on her back. There are so many new and old scars. I really don't know how much inhuman torture she has experienced. Was I so shameless? Was I such a beast? Such a beautiful woman. How could I bear to do it? Lu Shui. Su Yang was reborn, but he had no memory of the past 10 years. His memory only goes back 15 years. At that time, Lu Shui was still Lolan's best friend and roommate. At that time, she only liked Su Yan unilaterally. But now, she has suddenly become such a mature and attractive woman. This makes Su Yang a little flustered, and at the same time, he can't help but feel excited. Such a woman is simply a treasure woman. Chapter 6. It's okay, after all, she's my daughter. Let me take a look at your injury. It's okay, honey. It doesn't hurt anymore. Lu Shui saw that Su Yan was not angry, and her mood also relaxed a little. Without any hesitation, she quickly turned around and lifted her clothes up. When Su Yang saw Lu Shui's back covered in scars again, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Brute! What a bastard! Su Yang's heart couldn't help but ache, and then silently helped her lower her lifted clothes. Go to sleep. He finally understood now. Lu Shui is his wife, and the child outside is his and Lu Shui's daughter. A daughter. Now he has a 15-year-old daughter. What's her name? What's her last name? But Su Yang was too embarrassed to ask Lu Shui. How could a father not remember his own daughter's name? Forget it. I'll find out tomorrow when I look at the child's books. Su Yang turned off the headlights with a heavy heart and curled up in the covers again. It seems that this place was his home. And a wife and daughter, a family of 3. Husband. Lu Shui turned around and faced him, curled up. Come. Although Su Yang felt a little embarrassed, he was more excited than anything else. In his memory, Lu Shui was still a skinny girl who secretly loved him yesterday, but now she has become a beautiful and gentle young woman. This change is really too big. As soon as he reached out, Lu Shui curled up in Su Yang's arms. Honey, our daughter is home today. Can you be a little more careful? Okay. Su Yang knew that his daughter's room was next door, and that a little louder voice would definitely affect the child. Before long, a wave of drowsiness came over him. Su Yang hugged Lu Shui, who was curled up in his arms, and fell asleep. Early the next morning, when Su Yang woke up, Lu Shui was gone. Who, Zitzi? The sound of cooking came from the kitchen outside. It sounded like they were frying eggs. It smelled so good. After a while, Lu Shui pushed the door open and came in, wearing a deep pink skirt that had been washed until it was a little faded. She has a nice figure. Su Yang was stunned for a moment. He even felt like he was dreaming. Honey, get up and eat. The child doesn't know any better, so please don't be like her, okay? Please, honey. Lu Shui squatted at Su Yang's bedside and begged softly. Okay, no problem. After all, she is my daughter. Su Yang nodded in a daze, and without any hesitation, he agreed. It seems that the previous harm to his wife and child was too deep. After Su Yang finished washing up, Lu Shui and her daughter were already sitting on the chairs at the dining table waiting. Daddy is here, let's eat. Honey, come sit down. Lu Shui stood up, smiled and pulled out a chair for Su Yang, waiting for him to sit down. Well, eat. Su Yang nodded a little awkwardly and sat down directly. This home is a small 2-room old house, probably about 50 to 60 square meters. Although the house is very old, it is very clean and tidy. Honey, after we finish eating, I'll go to the school with Lulu for the parent-teacher meeting, and then we'll be back. Leilei's test scores were good this time. Lu Shui smiled at Su Yang while eating. Today he is a little different from before. Usually, he would either sleep until the middle of the morning or just leave. Good, Lulu, keep up the good work. Su Yang looked up at his daughter and encouraged her a little sheepishly. This girl is really pretty. She looks a bit like him and a bit like Lu Shui. She has a nice face and figure. Although she is only 15 years old, she has already blossomed into a beautiful young lady. But the child completely ignored him and continued eating. He didn't even look at Su Yang. Leilei, I'm talking to you, can you hear me? Lu Shui looked at the child and her tone became slightly more serious. The child still didn't say anything, just eating in silence. You child. Lu Shui shook her head helplessly, turned her head to look at Su Yang, and her eyes revealed a hint of apology. It's okay, just eat. Su Yang nodded to Lu Shui and smiled slightly. Who can you blame? It's all his own fault. Honey, let's go to school. You. When Lu Shui left the house, she looked at Su Yang, with a look that seemed to want to say something but couldn't. Well, you go ahead. I'll wait for you to come back. Okay, honey, we're off. As Lu Shui listened to Su Yang's words, a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. Soon, Lu Shui and her daughter left the house. Wow! This is my home? Su Yang stood up and began to walk around in this small 2-bedroom apartment. A small living room, a small kitchen, a small bathroom. Her daughter's room was also not very big, and the windowsill next to it was neatly filled with books. Su Leilei. Oh, so my daughter's name is Su Leilei. The girl is quite pretty, but her relationship with her father is like oil and water. The master bedroom is a little bigger, with 2 large wardrobes side by side. The hinge of one of the doors had fallen off, so the door was about to fall down. Open the closet. There are quite a lot of clothes inside, but none of them are new. There was also a large cardboard box in the closet, which was filled with strange clothes and items. Well, Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned, and soon understood. This pile of messy things must have been used by him when he tortured Lu Shui in the past, right? The house was very small, and Su Yang quickly finished looking through it. Then he returned to the master bedroom and picked up the phone on the top. This phone is really good, it's quite high-end. Su Yang felt very strange. This phone should not be used by him now. But it was somehow familiar, as if he could use it as soon as he picked it up. After unlocking the phone, Su Yang looked at his own reflection and once again fell into deep thought. Damn it! It really is reborn 15 years later. WeChat, QQ, TikTok, Kuaishou. All kinds of software are available. Su Yang obviously felt familiar with all these software. I don't know why, but I just feel familiar with them. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China app. After seeing this app, Su Yang clicked on it with his hand. Chapter 7, I have no regrets. Holy cow! Su Yang saw the balance of his bank card and was surprised to see that it had 1.9868 million yuan. Since there is so much money, why not improve the lives of his wife and children? Why not try to find a bigger house for this shitty one? It seems that he was really a bastard before. Anyway, Su Yang has no memory of the past 15 years. He really can't remember how he spent those 15 years. Ding dong! Su Yang's phone rang. He clicked on it and saw that it was a message from a friend on WeChat who called him Big Beautiful. Su Yang, what's wrong with you today? We're missing one person, hurry up. Who the hell is this Big Beautiful? Su Yang flipped through the previous chat history. Oh. This beautiful woman is actually Lolan. And the chat history was very ambiguous. The chat records were interspersed with transfer records. From tens to hundreds, and from thousands to tens of thousands. April 15th is Lolan's birthday, and Su Yang knows it. It was just a few days ago, and he had transferred more than 20,000 yuan to her. According to the chat records, Lolan had fallen in love with a necklace, but her boyfriend wouldn't buy it for her, so Su Yang transferred the money to him. No wonder. No wonder Lu Shui said that Luo Lin was cheating him out of money. This is too obvious a scam. After casually looking through the chat records from the recent past, Su Yang counted that he had transferred more than 50,000 yuan to Luo Lin. It's really a shame. She hurt me so badly before, but how did I end up falling into her gentle embrace again? Ding dong. Lolan sent another message. What's wrong, Su Yang? Are you tied down by your wife? Afraid to come? If you don't come within an hour, I won't talk to you anymore. Su Yang looked at the message from Lolan and couldn't help but feel sick. The scene of her getting into someone else's sports car and being kissed by another man was still vivid in his mind. In Su Yang's opinion, that happened the night before last. Now she's ordering me to rush over there? Oh. It seems. She has been fooling me for so many years. I wonder what she looks like now. Why hasn't she married yet? How did she manage to cheat me out of my money? Su Yang thought for a moment, and did not rush to turn against Lolan. Baby, I don't feel well in my stomach, so I won't be coming over today. He quickly sent a message back to Lolan, just as he had done before. But I really feel like throwing up. Lolan had hurt him so much. She had cheated him out of so much money. He had to find a way to get it back from her. After a while, Lorraine's message came again. Fine, let your yellow-faced wife take care of you and then come back to me. I don't serve people anyway. Oh, by the way, honey, I saw a bag yesterday. Fuck the bag. Su Yang looked at the message from Lolan and couldn't help but get angry. What the hell does it matter if you fancy a bag? Wouldn't it be better for me to use this money to buy my wife Lu Shui a dress? Damn. Lu Shui's skirt is all washed out. How much can a dress cost? How many dresses can you buy with the money for a high-end bag? Oh, if you like it, buy it. Oh, my stomach is in pain. Baby, Lu Shui is not at home. Can you buy some medicine for me and send it over? Su Yang thought about it and sent another message. I'm playing mahjong, how can I buy you medicine? Hurry up and call Lu Shui and have her buy it for you, kiss. She went to the school for a parent-teacher meeting today and won't be back for a while. Ouch, it hurts so much. You're a man, what's the big deal? Really? Just bear with it for a while. Right, honey, the bag costs 8,800, so transfer the money to me quickly. I'm going to buy it this afternoon. It will look great on me. Su Yang and Luo Lin chatted for a while, then angrily threw the phone on the bedside table and never wanted to talk to her again. Su Yang changed his clothes, found the key to his home from behind the door, and planned to go out for a walk. He has now been reborn 15 years later and needs to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Su Yang left the apartment and silently wrote down the address of his home. Then he slowly walked out of the community. This is an old neighborhood called Pinyin Community. Su Yang didn't have many memories of this neighborhood, but it felt somewhat familiar. Su Yang, didn't you go to play cards today? As he walked down the street, someone greeted him with a lewd smile. No. Su Yang thought the man looked familiar, but he had no idea who he was. Did you bother your wife again tonight? Do you want me to help you, haha? Fuck you. Su Yang couldn't help but turn his head and glare at him. He directly scolded him. What the hell are you? He then ignored him and walked directly to the front door. Pinyin Road. Looking at the name of the street, Su Yang tried to recall some information, and it seemed that some of the information slowly overlapped. Oh. This city is still Jiangcheng. But the city has changed so much. There are high-rise buildings everywhere, and new buildings are springing up. Some are unfamiliar, and some are familiar. The past and the present, two images constantly circled in Su Yang's mind, blending together. Ding dong. Su Yang's phone rang again. He thought it was a message from Lolin, but when he opened it, it wasn't. It was a message from a friend with the note little s, silly stuff. Honey, did you go out today? If you didn't go out, I want to cook you a fish for lunch. This little s bitch is actually Lu Shui? Holy shit. He even tagged his wife with such a name. Su Yang clicked on the avatar and deleted the comment. Her real username is I have no regrets. In an instant, Su Yang felt a surge of emotion in her heart. This woman is really a treasure, a young wife worth cherishing. Honey, I'm not going out. Okay, let's have fish for dinner. After sending a message back, Su Yang thought about it and then transferred 500 yuan to Lu Shui via WeChat. Then he looked through the chat history between him and Lu Shui. There was too little content. And it was all foul language. For example, get lost, Sabi, come over here, why don't you die? Let me see you wearing those purple transparent stockings at night. And there was not even a record of the transfer. After a while, Lu Shui initiated a voice call. Honey, I still have money. Obviously, Lu Shui's voice was very excited, with a hint of a sob. Keep it, I'll give it to you when I run out of money. Well, thank you, dear. You wait at home for a while, I'll be back soon. There were only a few words in the entire conversation, but Lu Shui was obviously very excited and happy. Chapter 8, A Good Woman Who Was Terrified. After Su Yang hung up the phone, he went to a hardware store on the street. When he returned to the entrance of the residential area, he saw Lu Shui riding an electric bicycle. Honey. Lu Shui quickly got off the bike and came to Su Yang's side. In her cautious and worried eyes, there was a hint of indescribable joy and anticipation. Honey, what kind of fish did you buy? I know you like sea bass, so I bought you two. Do you like it, honey? How about one braised and one steamed? The surprise in Lu Shui's eyes was clearly enhanced, and her tone of voice seemed to also reveal obvious flattery. Yes, I like it. I don't care how you cook it. Thank you, my dear. Su Yang looked at Lu Shui's expression with a little bit of sympathy, and gently brushed the messy hair in front of her. After years of abuse, her fear was imprinted in her bones. No matter how gentle Su Yang's tone was, the fear in Lu Shui's eyes seemed to linger. But the look of joy is always getting more and more. Lu Shui's meek and obedient appearance is simply heartbreaking. And her tone of voice, whether intentional or not, was so pleasing that he couldn't help but scold himself in private. Honey, what kind of wine do you want? I'll go to the mini-mart downstairs and get it for you. I'm not drinking today. Su Yang shook his head, he didn't want to drink any wine now. In fact, the thought of it makes him want to vomit. Honey, I love it when you call me your wife, it makes me so happy. Lu Shui smiled in a flattering manner, and a mist seemed to rise in her beautiful eyes. Up until now, he has not lost his temper, nor has he scolded her. He didn't even hit her. When the two of them got home, Lu Shui hurried to the kitchen to clean up. She was both worried and excited. Days like this, so harmonious, seem to be few and far between over the years. I hope there will be more days like this. Honey, don't you have any other clothes to wear? Su Yang's question was simple. He wanted to know if Lu Shui had any new clothes to wear. He was thinking of taking her to buy some new clothes in the afternoon, and he also planned to buy some for his daughter. Some husbands, if you want to see what I'm wearing, I'll go change right away. Lu Shui quickly stopped what she was doing, washed her hands, and hurried over. Don't wear the skirt, change into something more comfortable, honey. Don't be nervous, just relax, okay? Su Yan looked at Lu Shui, who was nervous and a little uneasy, and hugged her tenderly. Honey, today, can you hit me a little softer? I won't hit you today, and I won't hit you again in the future, okay? Su Yang patted Lu Shui's back with some helplessness and pain. It was really a mixed feeling. Okay. In Lu Shui's twinkling eyes, there was an additional trace of doubt. There was also a hint of joy in her confusion. Honey, I'm going to change now. Lu Shui said, and hurriedly walked into the master bedroom. She quickly opened the closet door and took out the large cardboard box from inside. 10 minutes later. Lu Shui came out. Honey. Su Yan looked up and was instantly stunned. Lu Shui was wearing a very short skirt and black stockings on her long, straight legs. She also had a cute little bunny headdress on her head. She was so cute and beautiful. Su Yang was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. This was the first time he had seen a beautiful mature woman wearing such a special outfit. Honey, I'm going to cook dinner. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's expression and blushed. Then she quickly lowered her head and walked into the kitchen to continue her busy work. Su Yang shook his head and rubbed his eyes. This wife. She's just the best. I just asked you to wear casual clothes, not this special kind. Oh. It's just too much. Really? Oh, I'll go fix the closet. The door is broken. Su Yang picked up the hinges and nails he had bought earlier from the dining table and quickly slipped into the bedroom. With such a wonderful wife, I really didn't know how lucky I was. The door had been broken for a long time, and was covered with transparent tape to prevent it from falling off. Knock, knock, knock. It was easy to fix. In no time at all, the door was fixed. I turned around. I saw the large cardboard box on the bed where Lu Shui had put her clothes. It was full of scattered things. In a tangled mess. At first glance, it's hard to tell what most of them are. Honey, the braised fish is ready. At some point, Lu Shui quietly walked into the bedroom. Well, good, save the other one for Lele. I think she's a bit thin too. Su Yang turned around and reached out to embrace Lu Shui's shoulders. It's still a bit chilly, and she's wearing too little. Okay, dear. Then I'll ask Lulu to come home for dinner tonight? It's only a 10-minute walk anyway. Well, let the child come back. Don't let her live in the dormitory anymore. It's not good for her. Su Lulu is her daughter, there is no doubt about that. Although Su Yang has no memory of the past few years, the affection in her heart is undeniable. Seeing his daughter's disgust for him, his heart ached. Lu Shui was silent, not knowing whether she should agree to Su Yang's request. After all, the child is her greatest hope. She didn't want her child to be hurt in any way. Even if Su Yang beat her to death, she would be willing. It's fine, then let her come back to eat fish at night, and we'll talk about the rest later. Seeing Lu Shui's expression, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a wave of self-blame in his heart. He knew that no matter what he said now, Lu Shui would not believe him. After all, the harm he had done to her in the past was too great. Well, okay. Thank you, dear. Do you like my outfit? I like it very much, but you should wear a jacket outside, it's still a bit chilly. No. No need, as long as you like it, I'll go check on the fish. From the tone of her voice, Su Yang could already feel that she was indeed a little cold, and even a little shivering. It's this wife. What a good woman who is scared. Chapter 9, she really isn't used to being treated so well. Su Yang endured the pain in her heart and found a red jacket in the closet. It seems that she has worn it for many years. There was not a single new piece of clothing in the closet. The deep pink dress she had worn before was relatively new. But it was already washed and faded. Honey, let me put this on you. Su Yang came to the kitchen and pulled Lu Shui over without asking, then put a coat on her. Then he held her tightly in his arms. Beauty is fine, but you can't freeze people. In order to please Su Yang, Lu Shui would rather shiver in the cold than wear warmer clothes. After a long time. Thank you, my dear husband. I'm so happy. Honey, I'll take you to the mall this afternoon to buy some new clothes, and some for our daughter too. I saw her shoes were all worn out this morning. Su Yang hugged Lu Shui tightly, his voice very soft and gentle. There was no trace of the domineering and impatient man of the past. No. I don't want it. Honey, our daughter has 2 months before her college entrance exam. If she doesn't make the top list, she'll have to pay a lot more. How about just buying her a pair of shoes? She's wanted them for a long time. Lu Shui obediently nestled in Su Yang's arms, not daring to move a muscle. But when she heard his words, the joy in her eyes suddenly increased even more. The look of fear and worry seemed to disappear. Just listen to me. My wife is so beautiful, she must have beautiful clothes. My daughter is the same. She must wear beautiful clothes. Okay. Lu Shui did not refuse again, but just reached out and kept wiping away her tears. The tears in her beautiful eyes pattered like beads that had broken their strings. Honey, the fish is ready. Okay, let's eat. Su Yang let go of Lu Shui, who was hugging him, and prepared to serve her the freshly steamed rice. Honey, you just wait here. I'll do it. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang as he reached out to serve the rice, and couldn't help but jump in her heart. It's been more than 10 years. Is this the first time he's offered to help with the rice? What's wrong with him today? Why is he acting so nice? Is he going to play some new trick? Or is he going to beat me up this time? Su Yang did not say anything, nor did he stop. He quietly picked up 2 bowls, filled them with rice, and then carried them out. He knew. There was no point in saying anything now, so he could only do more things silently. Slowly, little by little, he changed the impression she had of him. After all, for more than 10 years, she has scolded and beaten him too much. She beat him up at any time, any place, and any time. When she was happy, she would beat him. When she was unhappy, she would beat him too. Not only on the back, but also on other parts of her body, there seemed to be some scars. I could see a long thin scar on his thigh through the thin black stockings. Although the area is not large, it is very long. It even somewhat ruined the beauty of her long legs. Lu Shui quickly finished cooking the fish stew and served it on the table. Honey, let's eat. Lu Shui picked up the chopsticks and gave Su Yang a large piece of fish. She used a small spoon to scoop up some of the stewed fish soup and poured it into the bowl of rice. Su Yang looked at Lu Shui's careful manner and couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. I really have ruined such a good woman. Not only is she beautiful, she also has a great figure. And extremely gentle and obedient. How could I treat such a good woman like that? No wonder the child hates me so much. Honey, come and eat. Su Yang reached out and put a large piece of food into Lu Shui's bowl. It even had a hint of coercion. If Su Yang didn't say anything, Lu Shui would never have dared to pick up a piece of fish to eat. Honey, what's wrong with you today? Why don't you just beat me up? I'm always scared when you're like this. Lu Shui looked at the fish in the bowl and quickly put down her chopsticks, not daring to eat it at all. The slightly relieved look in her eyes seemed to be filled with fear again. Su Yang couldn't help but feel helpless. He had only offered his wife a piece of fish, but she had been so scared. Eat first, I'll beat you up after you finish. Don't worry, I'm in a good mood today. Su Yang thought for a moment, and then slightly raised his face. There was no way he could give her a good face right now, otherwise, she really wouldn't be able to adapt. Oh, okay, dear. Lu Shui seemed relieved and picked up the bowl and started to eat. But when she ate the fish, she took small bites. Eat more. Su Yang put on a stern face and gave her another piece. Come over here and sit next to me. Seeing the meek and submissive Lu Shui, Su Yang really felt pain in his heart. But in order to make her feel at ease and eat more, he had to put on a stern face and speak a little more firmly. "Oh, yes, my dear husband," Lu Shui said, with a smile of flattery on her face, and quickly took the bowl and sat in the chair next to Su Yang. Seeing that Su Yang seemed to have returned to normal, Lu Shui felt more at ease eating. Su Yang gave her a large portion of fish, and she ate it all. If she didn't eat it, Su Yang would glare at her. After finishing the bowl of rice, she finished most of the fish. For the first time, she almost ate too much under Su Yang's intimidation. "That's more like it." Su Yang nodded slightly and then finished her own meal. The fish was divided between the two of them, and Lu Shui ate most of it. But after eating, Lu Shui's eyes slowly turned red. Su Yang kept giving her fish to eat and glared at her, but it seemed like he was just trying to get her to eat more. Throughout the whole process, apart from patting her cheek, he never hit her once. Not even the lightest slap. "Leave the dishes and cutlery. We'll clean up later." Seeing that Lu Shui was busy cleaning up the dishes, Su Yang couldn't help but reach out and pull her away. He took her straight to the bedroom. Lu Shui knew. He might start to torture her. He might use a whip, a slap, a knife, a cigarette, but no matter what, she has to bear it. "Honey, take a break and tell me about your daughter's studies," Su Yang said, turned around and opened the closet door, taking out her own pajamas. As for Lu Shui, she doesn't need to change her pajamas. Her short dress is more interesting than that shabby pajamas. "Oh, good." Lu Shui nodded quickly in some alarm, took off her jacket, and climbed into bed. I don't know if he really wanted to know about his daughter's studies or if he was just joking. In any case, this beating must be prepared for. Chapter 10, Don't blame the child, she's young and doesn't understand. "Come here." Su Yan looked at Lu Shui, who was terrified, and felt both pity and remorse. He lay down on the bed, covered himself with a quilt, and beckoned to Lu Shui. "Honey." Lu Shui sat next to Su Yan, put her legs into the quilt, and gently rested her head on his shoulder. Gently, her body was hanging in the air. "Hey." Su Yang couldn't help but sigh in private, and took her in his arms. Lu Shui let out a nervous gasp and her body tensed up. After a moment, Su Yang did not hit her, nor did he toss her around. "Honey, tell me about Lulu. I really haven't been paying enough attention to my child." "Okay, good husband." Lu Shui calmed down a bit and took a deep breath. I was ready to do it. But he didn't do it. When she was young, she was a good student, but after she entered junior high school, her grades dropped a bit. "Honey, the child has her own reasons. Don't blame her, okay? What are the difficulties?" Su Yang nodded and gently rubbed Lu Shui's little hand. "Honey. Lu Shui hesitated, as if she was not quite sure what to say. "Go ahead, I said I won't hit you today. No matter what you say, I won't hit you." Su Yang put his arms around Lu Shui's waist and spoke in a soft voice. "Neither too gentle nor too cold. Okay. The child is getting older and more understanding. She sees you. You beat me all day long, and it's hard for her to bear. This is a big knot in her heart. Although she lives in school, she worries about me every day. Even when she is in class, she is constantly worried." As Lu Shui spoke, she turned her head slightly and looked at Su Yang's eyes. Su Yang listened and couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly. Is this really me? How could I have become such a beast? In 2 months, the child will take the high school entrance exam. I'm really worried about her. If she doesn't get into number 1 high school, it will be really hard for her to get into a good university in the future. Even if she gets into the second tier of the top high school, that's fine. I would rather kneel down and give you 100 resounding kowtows, but I have to raise the tuition for my child. Oh. Su Yang listened and nodded slightly. Such a good child, and he has also suffered a lot. Now the child is actually studying very hard, but he is always distracted and worries about me from time to time. Look, honey. Lu Shui reached out and took her phone, opening WeChat. This is a voice message that the child sent to me on the phone watch while he was eating. Saying that, Lu Shui opened the voice message. Mom, what did you eat for lunch? Has that bad guy gone? He didn't hit you today, did he? Hearing her daughter's clear and hateful voice, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a heart-wrenching pain. It's so real. Mom, you should divorce him as soon as possible. I support you. Find me a new dad. I really don't want to see him anymore. The child's voice messages have all been played. Su Yang was in a daze. Motionless, not saying a word, completely silent. Lu Shui leaned against her chest, trembling uncontrollably. This was the first time she had let him listen to a message from her daughter. She didn't know what would be waiting for her. But she still hoped that he, as a father, would listen to her a little. Honey, don't be angry. I will never divorce you in my life, honey, don't worry. Don't blame the child, she's just young and doesn't understand. Hey! Su Yang couldn't help but sigh in frustration. She couldn't think of a more appropriate word than brutal to describe herself. Time passed by minute. Lu Shui's heart was always hanging in the air. The two of them talked about their children for over an hour. Soon. It was already 2 p.m. The two of them just sat and chatted, and nothing else was accomplished. Su Yang had some ideas, but seeing Lu Shui's frightened expression and the hatred of the child, his animalistic instinct quickly disappeared without a trace. Wife. Honey. You've been calling me honey all day. Shouldn't I? It should. You haven't called me that for many years. What did I call you before? Su Yang couldn't help but be curious, so he couldn't help but ask. He knew that he had once written a small s, silly, in the WeChat notes, and wondered if that was the name he was calling her. You called me a little girl, silly girl, stinky bitch, dead bitch. Honey, don't you know everything? It's okay. It doesn't matter what you call me, I won't care. Su Yang couldn't help but exclaim again. What a talent! Such a good woman, and yet she is called such a vicious name. What if I call you sister? Of course you can. I think that's a good name too, but I'm a year younger than you. Well. Forget it, I'll just call you wife from now on. Ding dong. As the two were chatting, Su Yang's phone suddenly rang, and it seemed like there was a WeChat message. Su Yang opened it directly in front of Lu Shui. Oh, it's from Lolan. He naturally remembers her. Well, you read it, I won't. Lu Shui said, turning her head away. It's okay, honey, let's watch it together. Let me see what the woman who almost killed me sent me. After hearing Su Yang's words, Lu Shui hesitated. He had never let her read Lolan's messages, and she would probably get beaten up if she even took his phone. Let's watch it together. Su Yang reached out and pulled Lu Shui's head over, exerting a little force on her. Oh. There's no way around it. Since she wants to watch it together, let's watch it together. Baby, why haven't you transferred the money to me yet? I'm going to buy that bag this afternoon. When Lu Shui saw this message, she couldn't help but feel a burst of anger. Lorraine, this S-class fox spirit, is still seducing and deceiving her man, Lu Shui. Chapter 11, Scold Her For Me. Come on, wife, you help me send her a message. From the hatred in Lu Shui's eyes, it was clear that the two girlfriends had already broken up. Looking at the cell phone handed over by Su Yang, Lu Shui couldn't help but panic. This Lolan has always been his taboo. She can't scold her, and even if she wants to give her some advice, she has to watch his face. How can he ask me to send a message to Lolan now? What's wrong, dear? Nothing, just scold her. Su Yang looked at Lolan's message and was full of hatred. He directly handed the phone to Lu Shui. What? In an instant, Lu Shui was stunned. The phone in her hand was also extremely hot. What? I told you to scold her, so scold her. She almost killed your husband. Don't you hate her? Hate her. Well, that's right, then scold her properly. First, let's get our mouth fix. Su Yang pressed his back against Lu Shui, put his arms around her waist, and inhaled the faint fragrance of her hair. But Lu Shui was sitting on pins and needles. She really didn't know how to respond, and she didn't know if Su Yang was being sincere. Look through the old records. Oh. Lu Shui responded and began to flip through the chat history. But she didn't dare to look any further, and only read a few of Su Yang's messages with Lolan this morning. Honey, is your stomach still hurting? Why didn't you tell me? I'll go buy you some medicine. Lu Shui said, struggling to get out of bed. I was just teasing her. Honey, she doesn't care about you at all. If she really cared about you, my wife wouldn't say anything. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's expression and said weakly. In view of the previous lesson, she still didn't dare to talk about Lolan. She cares about me? Ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but sneer. Damn it, just thinking about this woman makes me feel sick. She's a fucking piece of shit. Since you know she doesn't care about you, why do you call her baby? Lu Shui's voice was tinged with a hint of resentment. Well, I was just testing to see if she cared about me. Su Yang smiled sheepishly. He slightly hugged Lu Shui in his arms. This woman in my arms is the one I should love and cherish. She is my treasure. Honey, she has never cared about you. 15 years ago, after I sent you to the hospital, she never once visited you. Really, honey, she's not worth your affection. Yes, you're right, honey. Come on, scold her. Lu Shui took out her cell phone and looked at Su Yang's face again. What should I say to her? Don't be a wimp, just say it. Oh, okay, honey. If I say something bad, don't hit me. I already said I wouldn't hit you today. Hurry up and reply, and I'll take you out to buy clothes later. Su Yan leaned over to see Lu Shui start typing. My husband has a terrible stomachache and has already gone to bed after taking medicine. Lolan, I advise you not to be so shameless, okay? Why do you always cheat my husband's money? After writing a sentence, Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's eyes with concern. Good, you're great, wife. Send it. Su Yang gave a thumbs up to Lu Shui. Then I sent it. Send. Lu Shui pressed the send button and sent the message she had just edited. A moment later, Lolan's message came back. Lu Shui? Ha ha. You just wait for your husband to kill you. How dare you say such things to me? When did I ever lie to your husband? We are truly in love. What's wrong with him wanting to spend money on me? If you can make him spend money on you, you're a piece of shit. Lu Shui looked at Lolan's message and her face changed again and again. Honey, look at her. It's okay, honey. You can scold her too. Okay. Lu Shui was afraid of Su Yang, but she wasn't afraid of Lolan. Since her husband told her to scold her back, why be polite? Scold her. After all these years, I finally have a chance to vent. You're the slut. You've had at least 18 boyfriends, so you've been with so many people that you've become a slut. I've only had one boyfriend in my life, Su Yang, and you're the real slut. You're a slut for everyone. Soon. Lolan's message came back again. Lu Shui, you just wait. I'm going to make Su Yang sell you. No, I'm going to make you take on 20 clients a day. Anyway, Su Yang listens to me now, so you'll have to start working as a prostitute tomorrow. Don't say I don't take care of you. I can help you find 20 migrant workers to take care of your business. Su Yan looked at the two of them, back and forth, and was almost dumbfounded. Women can be so crazy when they fight. Luo Lin, you just wait. Even if I die, I will never let my husband give you another penny. You slut, you took all of my husband's compensation money for the demolition of our house. Give it back to me. I'm going to call the police and have you arrested. The two of them talked back and forth, and they talked a lot in a short time. Husband. Lu Shui finally came to her senses and turned to look at Su Yang. Those beautiful eyes had turned red. Okay, honey, take a break. Su Yang took the phone from Lu Shui's hand and put it aside. Puffing and panting, Lu Shui stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Although she had vented her anger, it still made her very angry. Honey. Su Yang took Lu Shui's shoulders in his arms. Then he gently patted her little hand. Maybe after all these years, she finally got to let off some steam? I hope she can feel a little bit more relaxed. Puff. A little bit of red lip, a little taste. Lu Shui was finally awakened. Honey, I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. Does it feel better now? Well. But honey, Lolan said she was going to sell me to a migrant worker. I'm so scared. You wouldn't really do that, would you? My wife is so beautiful, how could I ever sell you to someone else? I like you too much. Oh. Let's go, change your clothes, I'll take you shopping for new clothes. Su Yang patted Lu Shue's face and used a commanding tone. Chapter 12. I'm going to cut him off. Okay, I'll change clothes right away. Hearing Su Yang's commanding tone, Lu Shue was relieved. It seems that he wasn't really angry when she was arguing with Lolan just now. After a while, both of them had changed and left the house together. Honey, why do you always walk behind me? Su Yang felt very strange. When walking with Lu Shue, she always fell behind. It's as if she's not quite sure how to walk side by side with him. Su Yang, where are you taking your wife? Su Yang looked up and saw the familiar person from before. What's it to you? I'm doing this for your own good, you know? The whole neighborhood knows you beat your wife every day. Have you thought it through? I've got the money ready. This is a 40-something-year-old man. His eyes kept looking up and down at Lu Shue, and his eyes were full of strange and weird looks. Get ready to be paralyzed. Bang! Su Yang couldn't help but be enraged. He kicked him in the stomach, sending him crashing to the ground. Damn, you dare to hit me. You talked to me about the price a few days ago, saying that if I could pay 100,000, you could consider selling her to me. I've already got the money. Come, I'll give you the money and the girl. Hearing the other person's words, Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. I really considered selling my wife? Is this fucking crazy? Fuck you. What did I say about selling my wife? Bang! Su Yang went up and kicked him again, directly kicking him in the stomach. In an instant, the opponent became a shrimp with his back arched. Honey, stop it, stop it. If you keep hitting him, he'll die. Lu Shue was so scared that she quickly went up and grabbed Su Yang's arm, holding him tightly. If he gets another kick, it might really be serious. When he gets angry and strikes out, he doesn't consider the consequences. She had experienced it herself before. Lu Shue thought about it and felt scared. If it weren't for my wife stopping me, I would have killed you. If there is a next time, I will cut you. Su Yang saw that the other party was too scared to say anything, so he didn't hit him again. Let's go shopping. Su Yang pulled Lu Shue to his side and walked out with his arm around her shoulders. Lu Shue was so scared that she didn't dare to speak, and she followed Su Yang's footsteps, tapping her long legs. Damn it! I'm so angry. How dare this loser hit on my wife? Su Yang walked angrily while cursing. He was really angry at what that person had just said. Now, in Su Yang's eyes, Lu Shue is the person he needs to protect the most and the person he needs to care for the most. You still want to marry my wife? I'll fucking kill you. Okay, honey, don't be angry. After a while, Lu Shue saw that Su Yang's emotions had calmed down, so she weakly persuaded him. Honey, has this guy harassed you before? He said some unpleasant things, but he never hit me. What did he say? No. Nothing. Lu Shue was hugged by Su Yang's shoulders, and she stumbled a little when walking. She didn't dare to answer his questions. That old bachelor has always had his eye on her. He often follows her around quietly, not knowing what he's up to. And he would say some dirty things. Say it. Oh, yes. At the sound of Su Yang's order, Lu Shue was startled and had to confess honestly. He said I was pretty and often stayed alone in my room, asking if I was lonely. He said he could. Holy shit. Upon hearing this, Su Yang could not help but feel his anger burning up again. He turned around and walked towards the community. I'm going to cut him off. Honey. No, no. If you really cut him, you'll definitely go to jail. Oh, how will you protect me and beat me then? Please, honey, he hasn't hit me. Don't get so worked up, okay? Lu Shue was terrified and tightly embraced Su Yang's waist. She dragged him backwards while crying nonstop. Su Yang looked at Lu Shue's sad and crying face, and his heart softened instantly. Forget it. Let's spare the old guy for now. Let's go, honey. Let's go shopping. Su Yang stopped and his tone softened. He reached out and grabbed Lu Shue's arm, then walked out. Honey, why don't you drive? A car? Su Yang suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a BYD car key on the bedside table. But he didn't take it seriously. Oh, we're not driving, let's take the bus. I want to walk with you a little longer. Su Yang immediately found a good reason for his change of heart. Okay. Lu Shui didn't ask anymore, and just followed Su Yang's footsteps. By the way, where do you want to go shopping? I'll accompany you. Su Yang left the residential area and was unfamiliar with the supermarkets and shopping malls outside. I'll have to let Lu Shui show me the way. Well, let's go to Tu Street first. There are many shoe stores there. Let's buy Lulu a pair of shoes first. Lu Shui saw that Su Yang really wanted to take her shopping, and she couldn't help but feel happy. Even the old bachelor who had just said that he wanted to buy her didn't think about it anymore. Okay, I'll listen to you. But we must buy Lulu some good shoes. We have the money. It doesn't have to be too good. I've seen it before. It costs more than 260 yuan. No, we have to buy better ones. Su Yang shook his head and directly rejected what Lu Shui said. Oh. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's eyes and did not dare to argue with Su Yang. Since he said he wanted to buy it, then I'll find a better one later. Her daughter should have new shoes a long time ago, the ones she's wearing now have holes in them. Honey, let's take a look at Li Ning's first. Okay. Lu Shui has to ask Su Yang for advice before going to any store. But Su Yang never refused. Wherever you say, I'll go. The two of them went to Nike, Anta, and many other stores, and finally chose a pair. It happened to be the daughter's favorite style. The price was 866 yuan. Although Su Yang paid the bill, Lu Shui still felt a bit of pain. Holding the shoes in her hands, Lu Shui felt like she was dreaming. After all these years, he is finally willing to spend money on his wife and children. Before she knew it, tears of joy welled up in her eyes. Chapter 13, A Dream Come True? Why are you crying? You're such a loser. Seeing how Lu Shui looked, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. However, he immediately criticized her. At this time, I can't say too many tender words, or say anything romantic. Otherwise, she will definitely think too much. Yes, good husband. I won't cry anymore. Thank you, husband. Let's go, I'll buy you 2 new clothes. Honey, maybe we should just forget it. I can still wear this dress for another 2 years. Lu Shui hesitated when she heard that she was going to buy something for herself. The shoes alone cost 1,000 yuan. If Lulu gets a place on the list of the top 1,000 students at the first-class high school, it will cost more than 30,000 yuan. Maybe don't buy me any clothes? If he gets upset, there won't be any money for the child's tuition. If Su Yang doesn't pay for the child's tuition, do I really have to sell my body to make money? No, this skirt is too old. It's embarrassing. I have to buy a new one. Su Yang took Lu Shui by the arm and started walking. There are many women's clothing stores on this street, and Su Yang had already found one. Honey, what about Leilei's tuition fees? Lu Shui had no choice but to explain again with great courage. I've already prepared the tuition fees, don't worry. If you don't buy it, I'll beat you when I get home. You're not ashamed, but I am. Su Yang looked at Lu Shui's tangled expression and deliberately said a few harsh words. Okay, then listen to your husband. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui immediately stopped being indecisive. Since my husband is willing to buy it for me, then let's buy it. How did he change so much? For many years, he basically never spent a penny on his wife and children. Why has he changed so much now? Is he waiting for me to fall into a trap he has set? But if I don't listen to him, he might beat me again. Forget it, just do whatever he says. After all these years, it's just going to be another beating and another time of being tormented by him. Let him do whatever he wants. As long as he doesn't sell me to someone else. Honey, I think this outfit is okay. No. This set of clothes only cost 98 yuan. Are you trying to get rid of me? I'm telling you, don't show me anything that costs less than 1,000 yuan. Well. Lu Shui was stunned by Su Yang's words. She had never worn such expensive clothes before. Even the down jackets she bought for the winter were all old models on sale. The total cost of the clothes, including the inside and outside, would not exceed 300 yuan. Now he wants to buy one that costs more than 1,000 yuan. This is too extravagant. Come on, honey, don't just stand there. Hurry up and go buy it. Lulu should be getting out of school soon. Oh, okay, dear. Lu Shui did not dare to hesitate and had to go to the more expensive clothes. After a short while, Lu Shui had already picked out her clothes. Not to mention, this woman's taste is very, very good. It was poverty that limited her choices in the past. Well. Su Yan looked at Lu Shui, who had changed into her clothes, and couldn't help but be shocked again. This older sister is really too beautiful. She was already very beautiful and attractive in her old clothes, but now that she's changed into a new, more appropriate outfit, she's even more beautiful and elegant. The beauty of Lu Shui now is several streets ahead of the old Lowland. Okay, I'll buy this set, and 2 more sets of different colors. The clothes really fit, and Su Yan looked at the beautiful Lu Shui, his heart pounding with excitement. He really wanted to take her home right away and make love to her. Honey, just buy 1 set. 3 sets. Under Su Yang's coercion, Lu Shui had no choice but to choose 3 different colored clothes. She paid for the clothes and spent more than 10,000 yuan. Lu Shui felt a chill run down her spine. But looking at the clothes in her hands, she was inexplicably excited. Let's go to the lingerie store. Su Yang turned around and winked at Lu Shui. Lu Shui immediately understood what he meant. He really likes to see her wearing special underwear, all kinds of underwear. He was very playful in this regard. If she didn't cooperate, she would definitely get beaten up. The large cardboard boxes in the house were filled with all kinds of underwear, and even other things that were too embarrassing to mention. Lu Shui did not refuse, and immediately followed Su Yang into the lingerie store. After some communication and selection, Su Yang spent another 2,000 yuan. Later, he took Lu Shui to buy a few pairs of shoes, headwear, and so on. After all the shopping was done, Lu Shui and Su Yang had bags of all sizes in their hands. Honey, let's go back. We've bought everything we need. Looking at Su Yang's face, Lu Shui still didn't look angry. Okay, let's go back. Wait. There's a bag store over there. Let's go and get you another bag. Lu Shui was afraid to refuse anymore. As long as Su Yang said he would buy it for her, she would just go over and choose it. Otherwise, she would definitely be scolded and threatened that she would be punished severely at night. There was no way for Lu Shui to refuse, so she had to choose one by one. Although she was forced by Su Yang's power, her heart was getting happier and happier. After a fierce, internal struggle of choice, Lu Shui finally chose a 8,000 yuan bag. As she watched Su Yang pay the bill, she felt like she was about to collapse. In her whole life, she had never thought that she would ever use such an expensive bag. But the bag was already on her shoulder. The whole 8,000 yuan. A rough calculation. Today, she spent more than 30,000 yuan on buying things for Lu Shui. This made her feel extremely unreal. This is a scene she had in her dreams. Unexpectedly, it is now being played out in front of her eyes. So she felt like it was unreal, like it was a dream. The man who never cared about the family happily bought her more than 30,000 yuan worth of things today. In her dream, her husband bought her all kinds of gifts and loved her tenderly, making her deeply immersed in it. But every time she woke up, she realizes that it was just a beautiful dream. The only thing left behind are the tears she left on the pillow. Chapter 14, all you have to do is be obedient. Now, they have almost finished shopping. Carrying bags of all sizes, the 2 of them got into the car and went straight home. Honey, the kids just got out of school. I'll call her and tell her to come home tonight. Yes, go ahead. Seeing Lu Shui's cautious and excited look, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh to himself. No matter what, Lu Shui's mood was different from before. Lu Shui went to the child's room to make the call. It was mainly because she was used to it, and she had never dared to make a phone call in front of Su Yang. She was afraid that the children would hear her being bullied. Otherwise, the child would be even less interested in studying. Lele, come back and stay at night. Mom made fish stew for you tonight and bought you new shoes. Su Yang sat in the living room and heard the sound coming from the child's room. Mom, you really bought me new shoes. That's great. Are they the 260s you liked before? No, it's not. Dad went with Mom to buy you a pair of 860 CXS, the ones you like best. That bad guy again. Mom, why did you take him with you to buy shoes? Be a good boy and listen to your mother. Su Yang listened carefully outside. Lu Shui briefly described to her daughter the entire process of Su Yang accompanying her to buy things in the afternoon. She laughed happily while she was talking. Mom, are you talking in your sleep? I don't believe it. I don't believe he would buy you something over 30,000 yuan. Silly girl, how could I lie to you? Come back after school and see if the shoes fit. Okay. Honey, take a break. I'll go make fish stew for the kids. She's got one more class and will be home soon. After making the phone call, Lu Shui ran back happily. Although she was very careful when talking to Su Yang, her eyes were clearly full of happiness. In the evening, will you show me the new clothes you bought? Yes. Lu Shui hurriedly nodded in response to Su Yang's request. But every time she wore strange clothes in the past, Su Yang would be particularly naughty. But it was also the time when he hit her the least. If she endured it without saying anything, her daughter wouldn't even hear it in the next room. This kind of thing is the easiest for her to accept. Anyway, after he came back this time, he hasn't hit her once. After answering, Lu Shui hurriedly went to the kitchen to stew the fish. Although she knew that Su Yang would be messing around at night, her mood today was obviously different from before. This time, he bought her more than 30,000 yuan worth of things without even blinking. It was like a dream. It was really fun. Su Yang had originally planned to go to the kitchen to help Lu Shui, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Everything has to be done gradually. Even if you want to make up for it, you can't do it all at once. Take it slowly. When it's time to scold, you have to be a little mean. You can't be too gentle. When it's time to spank her, you have to be a little mean. Just make sure you don't go too far, and that it doesn't hurt too much. Like when buying clothes today, if I don't scold her a little, she really won't spend any money. Such a good woman must be pampered. I'll let her gradually feel my changes. Ding dong. Just as Su Yang was lost in thought, looking at the busy Lu Shui in the kitchen, thinking about how to deal with her, a WeChat message came to his phone. Baby, is your stomach better? Ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but sneer inwardly. You stupid Lowland. You're still pretending to be nice to my husband? My husband is suffering and you don't even look at him. How can you call him baby? Su Yang imitated Lu Shui's tone and scolded Lowland. Why are you still holding his phone? Give it to him quickly, I need to talk to him. My husband is asleep, he doesn't have time. Lu Shui, you wait for me. When Su Yang gets better, I'm going to make her sell you. I'll make you a prostitute every day. You'll see. Go to hell. You fucking bitch. Su Yang had a good time cursing at Lowland, and then began to think about how to get back at Lowland. This woman is so mean. She must be taught a lesson. Honey, dinner is ready. Are you hungry? After Lu Shui finished cooking, she came to Su Yang's side with a smile on her face. Although it was a gesture of flattery, her mood was indeed different from before. In her memory, it seems that she hasn't been this happy for many years. I really feel so relaxed and comfortable. Come and sit. Su Yang couldn't help but beckon, indicating that Lu Shui should sit next to him. Such a lovely young woman. Su Yang really wanted to get close to her. In fact, he knew very well that although he had been married to her for more than 10 years, he did not have any memories of the past. And his current psychological age is actually only 21 years old. In his heart, Lu Shui is a big sister and a beautiful young woman. And it's a whole new feeling. Honey. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang, her eyes flickered a few times, and then she obediently sat down. I'm not very hungry yet. Let's wait for the kids to eat together. With that, Su Yang took Lu Shui in his arms. Okay, honey. After we eat and put the baby to sleep, can I change into a new outfit for you to admire? Lu Shui nestled obediently in Su Yang's arms and whispered weakly. She was actually very worried. She was worried that Su Yang might suddenly lose control and start to torment people, and that would be a problem if the child saw it. Well, that's fine. You just have to be a good girl, Su Yang said with a stern face. Yes, I will listen to my husband. That's more like it. The clothes I bought you today, you have to wear them every day. If you dare to wear those ragged clothes again, I might even beat you. Remember? Okay, honey. I remember. Lu Shui nodded meekly and nestled in Su Yang's arms, not daring to move. Knock, knock, knock. While they were talking, the door was knocked. The daughter is here. Honey, if the child is disobedient, you must not be like the child, okay? I will be good. Lu Shui was startled and quickly leaned over Su Yang's ear, begging quickly. Okay, I know. Go open the door. Yes, yes, yes. Chapter 15, It's his fault anyway, so don't blame the daughter. After entering the door, Su Lele saw Su Yang sitting at the dining table. But she didn't greet him. She didn't even look at him a second time. Su Yang turned his head to look at his daughter, but he wasn't angry. It was his fault anyway, so he couldn't blame his daughter. Mom, your new pajamas are nice. Seeing Lu Shui, Su Lele's face finally revealed a hint of a smile. Well, you have some too. Come on, come try on the new shoes. Lu Shui took the child and walked towards her bedroom, her face showing a happy smile. Mom, you really bought me such expensive shoes? Su Lele picked up the new shoes and smiled happily. Soon. She put on the new shoes and walked around the house. These shoes are really good, they're very comfortable. Lele, your father bought you these shoes. I don't believe it. Su Lele couldn't help but pout and snort. Silly girl, these shoes cost almost 1,000 yuan. How could your mother afford to buy them for you? Who knows what kind of crazy he is? I know for sure that my mom bought them for me. Su Lele shook her head and refused to admit that her father had bought her the shoes. Let's take a look at the clothes your father bought for your mother. Lu Shui smiled and led the child to the master bedroom again, and opened the closet where the new clothes were kept. This. Su Lele looked at the brand and price tag. They're all so expensive. Mom, did that man really buy this for you? Silly child, he is your father. It's true that he bought them for me today. Lu Shui said, with a happy smile on her face. Is he crazy? Silly child, what are you talking about? Your father actually cares about me very much, he just has a bad temper. I don't believe it. If he cared about you, why would he beat you every day? Su Lele shook her head and still didn't believe her mother's words. She knew that her mother would always say good things about her father, no matter how hard he beat her, she would always say good things about him. Silly child, your father is not the same as before. He knows how to love us. And today, it was Dad who bought the fish and asked me to call you back to eat it. In fact, Dad really loves you very much. I don't recognize him anyway. Oh, you silly child. Lu Shui shook her head helplessly, then left the bedroom with her child to get ready for dinner. Honey, come and eat the fish. The three of them sat around the table, and Lu Shui first gave Su Yang a large piece of fish. I don't really feel like eating fish today. You and Lulu can have it. Su Yang glanced at Lu Shui and winked. Oh, Dad doesn't want to eat it, so I'll give it to Lele. Look, our daughter is so thin. Mom, you eat that piece. I can do it myself. Su Lele looked at her mother and then pushed her chopsticks over. Okay, then eat quickly. Lulu, both of my parents don't like fish very much, so all of this is yours. Lu Shui said, and pushed the plate to Su Luli's front. Su Lele turned his head and looked at his mother, didn't say anything, and then began to eat the fish with his head down. Honey, let's eat. We've been walking around for so long this afternoon, my legs are sore. Can we go to bed early tonight? Lu Shui also wanted the child to rest early, so that she could accompany Su Yang and mess around. In the past, when she was busy, it was often the middle of the night. Su Yang nodded lightly and replied softly. Then he looked up at his daughter. Su Lele ate quickly. In no time at all, she had eaten a whole plate of fish. Maybe she doesn't eat much, so her appetite is particularly good. Mom, I still have a math test to do. I'm going to study. With that, Su Lele left the table without looking up and walked to her room. Yes, go ahead, Lele. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang a little awkwardly. The child still didn't say hello to Su Yang. She had originally hoped to ease the relationship between them, but it seems that it has not had the desired effect. It's okay. Su Yang reached out and squeezed Lu Shui's hand, shaking his head slightly. Feeling his actions, Lu Shui thought that he wanted to toss and turn right now, and she couldn't help but worry. Honey, today Lele has to study, and I'm trying on new clothes, can you postpone it a little? I'm afraid it will affect the child. Feeling that Su Yang had not been angry, Lu Shui's courage grew a little. Well, just wait. Su Yang felt the meekness of Lu Shui and was in a good mood. And he was getting more and more excited. Thank you, dear. Not long after, the two of them finished eating. Lu Shui quickly went to wash the dishes. Su Yang went to clean up. He knew. With Lu Shui, he would definitely be unable to resist messing around. As a 21-year-old man, how could he resist the temptation of such a big sister? Lu Shui's various conditions and performances have all met his current favorite standards. And he felt sorry for her. After cleaning the kitchen, Lu Shui went to wash up, and she washed up very carefully. This is a habit she has developed over time. This habit was also cultivated by Su Yang for her. If she has any odor on her body, she will definitely be beaten. So she always makes sure she smells nice. She sprays perfume all over her body. Honey, I just saw Lele still doing her homework. Can we go a little later? It's okay. Su Yang hugged Lu Shui in his arms and chatted with her slowly. They mainly talked about their children's studies and other things, and also some funny stories. Before I knew it, it was already 10:30 p.m. Honey, I'm going to check on the kids. With that, Lu Shui walked out of the bedroom to check on the baby. Lu Shui was actually a little anxious. She was worried that Su Yang would get angry. After a while, Lu Shui came back. Honey, the child still has one last question that she can't solve. She's been thinking about it, but she's not getting anywhere. In that case, take a picture of her test paper and bring it to me. Su Yang still has a 21-year-old memory, and she still has a good grasp of the knowledge she learned in the past. Not to mention the knowledge of Su Lele in junior high school. Oh, okay, honey, I'll take a picture. Chapter 16. Even if you hit me harder, I'll be happy. Soon. Lu Shui went to her daughter's room again, took a picture of the last question, and sent it to Su Yang via WeChat. Well, this question is not difficult. Su Yang glanced at it and immediately understood the solution. My husband is so amazing. I can't even tutor Lulu now. It's a shame that I've almost forgotten everything I learned before. Lu Shui sat next to Su Yang, looking at him with a flattering expression and a gentle, sweet voice. Perhaps it was Su Yang's good attitude towards her today that made her feel a little excited. Although she was still afraid of him, she couldn't help but feel happy and excited. Of course, is it just solving math problems that makes me so good? Su Yang turned his head and looked at Lu Shui, blinking his eyes. No. There are many things that my husband is good at. Lu Shui lowered her head with a twinkle in her eyes, and her hands were nervously folded together. Right, honey, why don't you explain it to Lulu? Actually, Lulu really likes his dad very much. Okay, I'll go take a look. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. He had originally wanted to write out the solution to the problem and then have Lu Shui show it to the child. But if I explain it directly, it will definitely be a good opportunity to communicate with the child. Okay, honey, I'll go talk to the child first. Lu Shui's eyes lit up, and she quickly jumped out of bed and walked to her daughter's room. Su Yang followed behind with her cell phone in hand. The door to the daughter's room was closed. Lele, your father just looked at this problem and said he wanted to explain it to you. No, I'll ask the teacher tomorrow. Good girl, now dad is really different from before. He really loves mom now, as you can see. He bought mom clothes worth over 30,000 yuan. And he apologized to her. He said he would take good care of the family and never hit his mother again. Lu Shui was by her daughter's side, gently persuading her. She was really happy with Su Yang's behavior today. She also hoped that her daughter could forgive her father a little. If the family can love each other, then it really would be a life well lived. And, is it true? Mom, I've known since I can remember that he always beats you. Now you really regret it? How can I not believe it? Su Lele still couldn't believe what her mother had said. My dear child, even if I beg you, let your father explain this to you. Your father just said that he has always loved you. Poof. Is it too late? Okay. Su Lele snorted, but in the end she nodded and agreed. After all, her mother had begged her. No matter how much she hated her father, she still listened to her mother. Good girl, wait a moment. Lu Shui was happy to see that her daughter had agreed, and quickly opened the door to the child's room. Honey, come and help our daughter with her homework. Okay. Su Yang nodded with a smile and then walked into the room. Su Lele stepped back and pushed the exam paper forward. Without saying a word. But her meaning was clear, you can talk, I'm listening. But Su Yang didn't pay any attention to her daughter's attitude. In fact, this is already a big step forward. Let's take a closer look at the requirements of this question. Su Yang stood next to her daughter, reading the question and talking to her. Lu Shui stood quietly next to Su Yang, her eyes full of happiness. It's been years. This is the first time I've seen this. Dad is finally patiently helping his daughter with her homework. And he spoke so gently. In a short while. Lele, is my analysis correct? Yes, that's right. Su Lele nodded and said, yes. Okay, come on, Lulu, let's talk about another way to solve the problem. Seeing that his daughter had finally spoken to him, Su Yang couldn't help but smile happily. Then, Su Yang began to patiently explain another solution to his daughter. Lu Shui watched from the side, becoming more and more excited. It seems that my husband has really changed. Later, when he sees her in her new clothes, he must be more serious. Thinking about this, Lu Shui's face gradually warmed up. Lele, isn't this solution easier? Think about it. Su Yang asked gently after explaining the solution. Yes, that's right. Good, then does Lele have any more questions? No. Su Lele's response was very simple, and it didn't even contain a hint of emotion. Well, good, then let's finish this problem quickly and get some rest. Su Yang looked at his daughter, his eyes filled with indescribable joy. The child finally spoke to him. He felt inexplicably happy. It's amazing to have such a beautiful daughter after being reborn. Lele, don't forget to thank your father. Lu Shui gently patted her daughter on the shoulder and reminded her. But Su Lele didn't reply, just writing the problem with her head down. It's okay, let Lula do the math. Su Yang pulled Lu Shui's arm and whispered a few words, then took her away. Lele, I'm going to take a nap. Finish your homework and go to bed. Yes, I know. Mom, I'll take a break in 5 minutes. Su Lele answered her mother's question very clearly and obediently. But she still felt hostile towards her father, Su Yang. Although they had talked about a topic today, it only slightly alleviated some of her hatred. This hatred mainly comes from his scolding of her. It has never stopped for so many years. Su Lele had seen her mother's back and cried out of pain. How could she like such a cruel father? Dear husband, thank you. Lu Shui was tightly embraced by Su Yang, and she even felt a little breathless. But she was really happy. Today was really different. It seems like my husband has really started to change. As long as he really treats us well. Even if he hits me harder, I'll be happy. But tomorrow, will he still be home? Chapter 17, he seems to have changed today. Honey, I'm going to go check on our daughter. As Su Yang hugged her tighter and tighter, Lu Shui looked worriedly in the direction of the next room. It seems he's different today than usual. I wonder what he'll do later. Oh, go ahead. Su Yang had to let go of the tightly embracing Lu Shui and nodded slightly. It seems that Lu Shui has really taken good care of her child over the years. Even though she used to beat her, she still tried her best to protect her daughter. What a rare and good woman. After a while. Honey, our daughter is asleep. Lu Shue's voice was a little shaky, not sure if it was because she was excited or scared. Okay. Su Yang looked at Lu Shue's appearance, and his heart couldn't help but beat fast. Finally. Finally, I'm going to get my own woman. Why does this sound so awkward? In fact, they have been married for more than 10 years. It's just that after being reborn, Lu Shui has become a completely new existence in Su Yang's heart. And this existence is more mature, more beautiful, and more flavorful than it was 10 years ago. Honey, I'll wear this pink dress for you today. Lu Shui's voice was as gentle as honey. The flavor of flattery is very strong. And, every time she spoke, she would carefully stare into Su Yang's eyes. At this time, she was most worried that he would suddenly snap and either bite or hit her. It's terrifying. She had experienced this countless times before. Each time, she endured it with great difficulty, for fear of the child hearing. Okay, let's get changed. Su Yang leaned against the headboard, her heart pounding with excitement, and watched Lu Shui with interest. The dress was bought during the day, and the price tag was still attached. Honey, this pink one is over 500 yuan. Don't ruin it later, okay? I'm a little reluctant. Yes, I know. Su Yang suppressed her excitement and nodded lightly. Thank you, honey. You're so nice. Lu Shui smiled tenderly at Su Yang and then began to change her clothes. After a while, in Su Yang's slightly reddened eyes, Lu Shui changed into a beautiful pink dress. She really is beautiful. Except for the scars on her back and the thin scar on her leg, everything else can be called perfect. Although she was already 35, her body had not changed in any way. Although she had given birth, the stretch marks from her previous pregnancies had long since disappeared. She really has a beautiful figure. Her figure is curvy and beautiful, even more so than that of a young girl. Husband. Lu Shui's voice was extremely sweet and gentle, but very low. Her face exuded a strong flavor of flattery. For more than 10 years? Whenever Su Yang came back, she would wear beautiful clothes for him to admire. He usually comes back every 3 or 5 days, sometimes every 10 days or half a month. The longest is 1 month, and he will definitely come back. As long as he comes back, Lu Shui must strictly follow his requirements. Eat, drink, play. Whether she is happy or not, he will definitely do it. It's just a matter of whether he hits her lightly or hard. But today, he was unusually gentle, really different from the past. Chapter 18, I'm really satisfied. Husband, are you really satisfied? Lu Shui's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Yes, I am really satisfied. Su Yang nodded with a little doubt. With such a beautiful wife wearing such a beautiful dress, he didn't believe that any man would be dissatisfied. Hey! Su Yang couldn't help but sigh in private, his wife really suffered. Not only was she beaten, but she also had to wear beautiful clothes for others to admire. I'm really a bastard. The next morning, as soon as Su Yang woke up, he heard the sound of cooking coming from the kitchen outside. It turned out that Lu Shui was preparing breakfast. While cooking, she seemed to be humming a little song. The sound was not loud, but Su Yang still heard it. It was clear that Lu Shui was very happy. Her voice was full of indescribable joy and ease. Lele, hurry up and get ready for school. Don't be late. Because it was the 3rd year of junior high school, school started relatively early. Lu Shui would get up early every day and get busy. Okay, Mom, I'm done. There seems to be a little bit of joy in her voice. In a moment, Su Yang heard the sound of Lu Shui's footsteps, as if she was placing a bowl on the table. Lele, Mom has put the noodles on the table. Yes, I know, Mom. Lu Shui's voice was full of happiness, relaxed and comfortable. The daughter seemed to have discovered her mother's happiness, and a smile appeared on her face. She went to bed late last night. She listened for a long time, but didn't hear her father beating her mother. Nor did she hear her mother crying. It seemed like the first time. It seems that Dad really didn't hit Mom yesterday. Otherwise, Mom wouldn't have been so happy in the morning. This is the first time I've seen her so happy. She even hummed a little tune. Su Yang couldn't help smiling as she listened to the sounds outside. What a wonderful wife. It's so happy. It's indescribably happy. Click. Just as Su Yang was reminiscing about the wonderful night, the door opened. Lu Shui walked in wearing the new pajamas she bought yesterday. Honey, you're awake? Yes. Did you get enough rest? Why don't you sleep a little longer? Lu Shui's voice still had a pleasing tone, but it was clearly concerned. After Lele goes to school, let's both take a break. Su Yang held Lu Shui's hand and couldn't help but feel a little distressed. If it weren't for last night, he would not have known that the woman in front of him had been so tormented and tortured all along. She really suffered. Think about how introverted and weak Lu Shui was before, and now look at her gentle and frightened eyes. It really breaks one's heart. For so many years, she has been mercilessly beaten and scolded, but she has always kept her original promise. If it weren't for this treasure-like woman, he, Su Yang, might have died long ago. Now that he has been reborn, perhaps it is to allow me to make up for this lovely and good woman. Good husband, I'll listen to you. It was clear that Lu Shui's voice had really relaxed a lot. She didn't know if it was luck that she hadn't been beaten yesterday. But she deeply hoped that her husband would never hit her again. Chapter 19, Take Another Day Off. I want to be with you. Click. With the sound of the door closing, Su Lele went to school. Only Su Yang and Lu Shui were left at home. Honey, I have to go to work later. Can you not leave today? I'm so happy. Lu Shui was tightly embraced by Su Yang, and her mood was the best it had ever been. So she dared to hope that he would stay. Because from yesterday to now, he has really changed a lot. It was as if he had become a different person. In the past, when he came back, he would stay for a maximum of 2 days. When he had had enough fun, he would leave. Once he left, it would be 3 or 5 days at the shortest, 10 days or a month at the longest before he came back. Well, I'll stay here today. Su Yang nodded and agreed. He didn't know how he used to fool around. He doesn't know where he went or what he did. If the situation is as expected, then it is probably a drinking, gambling, or mahjong place. I don't know if I fooled around with Lolan. Looking at the previous chat records, there was only ambiguity, and in fact, no words were found to indicate dating or going to bed. I don't know why. Why did he spend so much money on Lolan in the past? During the holidays, all kinds of gifts. Just the money transfers and red envelopes in the WeChat chat history, Su Yang roughly counted and found that he had transferred more than 900,000 yuan to her. Damn it! That's more than 900,000 yuan. It makes me feel cold just thinking about it. This stupid woman in my arms has never given her any money. All she left her was scars and heartache. When Su Yang said he wasn't leaving, Lu Shui couldn't help but get excited again. He is so gentle. Has he really changed? Or is it just a new way of playing? If that's the case, then let's keep playing like this. I, Lu Shui, am willing. Honey, why don't you take another day off? I want to be with you. Lu Shui really hopes that this wonderful time will last forever. Perhaps let this time stop forever. Let him be gentle forever, stay with her, and be happy. Be a good girl and go to work. I'm not leaving today, or tomorrow. Honey, your dance is really good. I want to see it every day. Hey! Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh shyly. Once upon a time, she seemed to have lost her sense of shame in front of him. No matter what movements she was asked to do, she did them without hesitation. Because she was afraid of his fists. Afraid of the terrifying cane. The cane may be thin, but it hurts like hell when it hits you. But her husband was so gentle today that she suddenly felt shy again. Okay, honey. I'll dance for you a little longer tonight. I think I can still do some more moves. I need to exercise more and improve my flexibility when I have time. I know my husband likes to watch me dance. I was so happy when I saw the way you looked at me yesterday. After having breakfast together, Lu Shui happily hummed a song on her way to work. Only Su Yang was left at home. So, he became a carpenter, electrician, and sewer cleaner. Su Yang bought all kinds of tools and was ready to spend some time fixing up the house. Uneven table legs, a bed that creaks when you move. He fixed them one by one. Knock, knock, knock. Someone is knocking on the door. Su Yang opened the door and saw that it was the courier from Jingdong. It turned out that the scar cream he bought had arrived. He bought it especially for Lu Shui, hoping that it would make her happier. Ding dong. While Su Yang was busy repairing the headboard, a message came on his phone. It was from Lu Shui. Honey, what do you want for lunch? I'll buy it for you after work. Ha! Su Yang looked at the message from Lu Shui and a warm feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. This lovely woman really cares about people. She is gentle and obedient. The jaw-dropping dance last night was really incredible. Let's buy some shrimp. We can eat some, and make some for our daughter tonight. Su Yan thought about it and sent a message back to Lu Shui. I remember when I was in school, one time when Lu Shui followed him and Lolan to eat dinner as a third wheel, she secretly ate a lot of shrimp. I think Lu Shui should like shrimp. Hey! I love eating shrimp, but honey, I thought you never liked shrimp? Listen to me, buy more. After sending a message, he immediately transferred 2,000 yuan to Lu Shui. A moment later, Lu Shui's message came back. Honey, I still have money. I won't take it, shy? Why don't you try not to accept it? Su Yang knew that nothing was as simple and effective as saying that. Most importantly, Lu Shui would be most receptive to this approach, and would be happier. If he was too gentle, she would think too much. Okay. He. Sure enough, as Su Yang had predicted, after the message was sent, Lu Shui quickly accepted the transfer of 2,000 yuan. Buy more shrimp, let the child eat more, it's almost the middle school entrance exam, nutrition must keep up. Yes, I know. Shy. Su Yang discovered that Lu Shui actually knew how to send emoticons to him. In the previous chat history, she had never sent an emoticon. Now, her mood is really changing. Honey, I'm leaving now. Well, don't dilly-dally. Su Yang could feel her happiness from the words and sentences of Lu Shui. It was just that her usual caution was still very obvious. Ding dong ding dong. Su Yang spent the morning fixing the bed. This bed is really dying from overwork. If it's not fixed, it could collapse at any time. Crack. While Su Yang was repairing the bed, Lu Shui returned. Honey. As soon as he entered the house, he heard the sound of hammering coming from the bedroom. How did you fix something? In an instant. Lu Shui felt her vision suddenly become blurred. Well, honey, the stuff on the dining table is for you. Wait until tonight, I'll wipe it for you. Oh. Lu Shui immediately saw the scar cream on the table and tears welled up. Chapter 20, It's not impossible to sell her for money. Husband, he. Lu Shui picked up the scar cream, ran to the bedroom, looked at Su Yang's eyes, and her face was full of a flattering expression. There was a smile in her eyes, and a blush on her pretty face. Are you happy? Yes. Honey, at work today, my colleagues were all envious of my new clothes and the bag you bought me, he. Okay, can I see you wear that purple dress tonight? Okay, honey, if you really want to hit me, then go ahead and hit me a few times. I can take it. Okay, go cook dinner. Su Yang's heart couldn't help but be moved again. This wife would rather suffer herself and try every means to please herself. Good husband. Lu Shui said, happily putting the scar cream away in the cupboard, and then hurriedly went to the kitchen. When Su Yang finally fixed the bed, Lu Shui had already finished cooking. Honey, dinner is ready. Lu Shui called Su Yang to eat while she peeled the shrimp for him. Yes, I know. Su Yang tidied up the bed and went to wash his hands. Why peel so many shrimp for me? I can peel them myself if I want to eat them. Su Yang shook his head lightly and pushed the bowl of shrimp directly in front of Lu Shui. Honey. Lu Shui couldn't help but shudder. When I hold you, I feel that you are too thin and it hurts. You must eat more, I like women with a lot of meat. Su Yang said, almost laughing to herself. In fact, Lu Shui is not that thin. She was curvy and had a nice butt, and she wasn't too bad in the places where she should be fat. I just had to say that to get her to eat more shrimp. Oh. Okay, then, honey, I'll definitely eat more in the future. Lu Shui seemed to suddenly realize that Su Yang had said it on purpose, and couldn't help but look at his eyes and laugh foolishly. I'm not joking with you, I'm telling the truth. Okay, honey, I'll eat it. With that, Lu Shui quickly finished eating the half bowl of shrimp. Honey, do you like Lorraine because she has a lot of meat? Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's eyes and asked carefully. If she is compared to Lolan, she is indeed a little thinner than Lolan. Who said I like Lorraine? That's not true. Su Yang shook his head lightly. I hate her now, how could I possibly like her? If I could transfer all the pain I've put on Lu Shui over the years to Lorraine, that would be great. Oh. Lu Shui didn't dare to ask more, and quickly bowed her head to eat. Although he is doing well now, Lolan has always been his taboo, so it's better to keep quiet. Although she hated Lolan very much. By the way, honey, how about we go back to see Dad together this weekend? He's getting old now, you can't keep not going back, can you? Lu Shui said this while eating, trying to persuade him gently. Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. Oh, that's right. It's been 15 years, and I don't know how my father is doing. It was 15 years ago, when Su Yang had not yet started drinking ergotu with sleeping pills. For some reason, Su Yang's parents had a big fight, and his mother jumped off the building. Since then, he has never returned home. Not long after that, he saw Lolan getting into someone else's car and being kissed and touched. So, he was reborn 15 years later. At least 15 years have passed, and he has never seen his father again. He doesn't know how he is doing now. Honey, let's go see him, okay? What father wouldn't want his child to be close to him? Su Yang put down his chopsticks and didn't say anything. Yes. In fact, Lu Shui is also right. Doesn't Su Yang also want Lulu to be close to him? Seeing his daughter ignore him, he felt very unhappy. In fact, he still doesn't know the reason why his mother and father fought. Anyway, no matter what the reason, his mother eventually left. Su Yang and his mother had a very deep relationship, so he always hated his father, and so he never went back again. Wife, have you ever visited him? Yes, no. I haven't. Lu Shui actually couldn't lie at all, especially in front of Su Yang. Whenever she lies, her eyes get all panicky. It's okay, I won't hit you. Su Yang shook his head and picked up his chopsticks again. Thank you, my dear. Su Yang said, reached out and picked up a shrimp, then carefully peeled it. After peeling it, he handed it to Lu Shui. Honey. Lu Shui was taken aback, her eyes clearly showing her shock. He actually peeled a shrimp for me to eat. Open your mouth. Oh. Su Yang's mood was a little low because of the thought of his parents. Seeing that Lu Shui had opened her mouth, Su Yang directly stuffed the shrimp into it. Thank you, dear. Okay, let's go home for the weekend. Su Yang wiped his hands with a paper towel and said softly. Yes, my dear husband. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui's eyes clearly showed a hint of surprise. I'll give you the shrimp, but you have to finish them. Su Yang really didn't like shrimp very much, and after eating only 2, he didn't want to eat anymore. Then he pushed the plate towards Lu Shui. Lu Shui nodded like a chick eating rice. She sensed that Su Yang was in a bad mood and didn't dare to speak. Honey, you rest a little longer. I'm going to work. I'll have our daughter come back tonight. Lu Shui sat up from Su Yang's arms and was ready to go to work. The nap was short, and the two of them just held each other and chatted for a while. Well, hurry up and go to work. There are still so many things to fix, how can I sleep? After Lu Shui left, Su Yang started working again. For so many years. Although he was the man of the house, it was no different from having no man at all. He just treated this place like a hotel. And Lu Shui was just a girl who didn't cost him anything. As for the old lecher who said he would sell Lu Shui for 100,000 yuan in the community that day, Su Yang actually thought it was very likely true. Since he could beat Lu Shui like that, it means that he doesn't care about her at all. It's not impossible that he sold her for money. Damn it. Fortunately, I was reborn a little earlier. If Lu Shui really was going to be ruined by that old pervert. It's unthinkable. Chapter 21, Cast your line and get ready to fish. Ding dong. Just as Su Yang was busy, Lolan sent him another message. Is that Su Yang? Ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but smile to himself. It seems that she was a little scared after being scolded by Lu Shui. She didn't even dare to call him baby anymore. Oh, it's Lin Lin. Have you missed me these past 2 days? Baby, is your stomach pain gone? I miss you so much. Oh. Su Yang endured the discomfort and continued to play with her. Well, that's good. I'll be home this afternoon. Do you want to come over and hang out? No, I'm not going to your house. You promised to buy me a bag, but you never gave me the money. Damn it, you can't stop talking about money. I don't even know what you smell like, how can you mention money to me? I was so angry that I died of a heart attack before I even got to kiss you. Since I've been reborn, I have to get revenge. Baby, don't bring up money so easily, okay? It's so tacky. We've been together for so many years, don't you know what kind of person I am? Humph. I saw a bottle of perfume yesterday that costs more than 10,000. Damn it, it's still money. Oh, baby, I met someone the other day. He's a relative of Lu Shui's. He's really rich. He drives a Maybach. Su Yang planned that he must dig a pit for this little slut. Find a way to get her. Let her lose both her money and her man. What? Lu Shui's relative? Don't mention that yellow-faced woman in your family, it makes me so angry. What? What's wrong, baby? You didn't check your WeChat history? She was really mean to me. I'm so sad. No, you have to kill her for me. I looked through it, but I didn't see any records. She deleted it all. I'll send you a screenshot. A moment later. Lolan sent a screenshot of her and Lu Shui's exchange. Did you see it? This is all that slut cursing at me. It makes me so angry. Su Yang, didn't you say you'd sell her to Wan Lulu in your neighborhood for 100,000 yuan? Cough cough. My motherfucker. It turns out that the old lecher is called Wan Lulu. I really did discuss selling Lu Shui to him. When I was sick this time, a relative of Lu Shui's came over and introduced me to an opportunity to make money. How could I dare to sell her? That would be self-destructive. Is this relative of hers really rich? He drives a Maybach. Yes, honey, this relative is about 40 years old, handsome, and very rich. It is said that he is not married yet. Su Yang began to set up the fishing line and hook. Anyway, I'll tell her a story first. Really? Lorraine saw Su Yang's message and couldn't help but feel excited. For so many years, hasn't she been waiting for this opportunity? From college to now, she has had 20 to 30 boyfriends. She has never met anyone she is satisfied with. Now there is such a good opportunity. I have to fight for it. Well, of course, baby. He's still a close relative of Lu Shui. She never told me about him before. That's great. Can you introduce him to me? And ask him to introduce me to some money-making opportunities. It seems that Lolan is really tempted. For Lolan, Su Yang has always been her most loyal lapdog. He has been licking her since college. Therefore, she didn't think that Su Yang would deceive her. If she said so, then it must be true. This is not good. Baby, I can't bear to see you go. You're so pretty and cute. What if he falls for you? What am I going to do? Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. A woman like her would definitely fall for it. Look at you, don't you know how I feel about you? Don't worry, baby, no matter what, my heart belongs to you. Well, I think we should wait and see. He is a close relative of Lu Shui. Since you and Lu Shui are so estranged, I think it's best to forget about it. Su Yang backed down and began to reject Lolan. She gave 2 reasons, both of which were reasonable. Baby, you don't know how arrogant Lu Shui is now. I'm not even daring to touch her. She also said that she wouldn't let me contact you anymore, or else she wouldn't let her relatives introduce me to opportunities to make a lot of money. Okay, Lu Shui is coming soon, let's stop chatting for now. Okay, that's it for now. I have to give Loren a special and different signal. Let him guess the rest. Given her personality, she will definitely find a way to continue to find Su Yang to learn more about him. My dear, I know you must be angry with me these 2 days. I've been feeling unwell these 2 days too. Otherwise, I would definitely be with you right now, blush. After reading Lolan's message, Su Yang did not respond and continued to hang out. Baby, I know you must miss me these 2 days. I'll send you a selfie in my pajamas. I'm sure I'll look better than your ugly wife. This is actually Lauren's usual tactic. She always uses intimate photos, touching hands and feet, etc. to coax people. And she only lets you touch her if you give her something in return. Soon. Lorraine sent me 3 intimate selfies of her in her pajamas. Holy cow! Soo-young was stunned when he saw Lolan's photos. When she was in school, she looked very pure. Now she looks so flirtatious. Her face and body are not bad. But she has a strong air of coquettishness about her. Soo-young, who was looking at her, shuddered. Although Lu Shui was also very charming when she was dancing, her charm was only for Soo-young. Her love and sincerity are also only for Soo-young. These are 2 completely different styles. Lolan's is disgusting and makes you feel dirty. It's like someone has chewed gum on it. Can you still put it in your mouth and taste it? Ha! It's disgusting. But Lu Shui's is the purest in the world. You can't help but want to protect her. And her unique charm is full of courage and dedication. It is a manifestation of true love. See, honey, isn't she much prettier than your old wife, blush? Lolan posted 2 more selfies from different angles. But Soo-young never replied to her messages. It was disgusting. Seeing too much of it would affect one's appetite. Chapter 22, Su Luli's Change. It wasn't until Lu Shui came home from work that Soo-young finished the repairs. It took him the whole day. Honey, you've really worked hard. You haven't had a chance to drink water all afternoon, have you? When Lu Shui returned home, she saw Soo-young cleaning up the debris left over from the repair, and her eyes suddenly lit up. He's so patient today. She hurriedly poured a glass of warm water to Soo-young's mouth. Honey, drink some water quickly. Both the voice and the flattering smile were extremely sweet and pleasing. Gulong gulong. Soo-young drank a few sips of water and then continued to clean up. Lu Shui went to the kitchen and called Su Lele. Lele, come home tonight. Dad bought you some shrimp again, and Mom is cooking them right now. In Lu Shui's voice, there was a hint of ease and happiness. Yes, I know, Mom. This time, her daughter didn't hesitate to say yes. She could tell that her mother was really happy. After all, it is difficult to fake happiness. After Soo-young finished cleaning up, she sat at the dining table and looked at the busy Lu Shui in the kitchen. That body, those long legs, that face. The more you look, the more you get angry. As he watched, Soo-young was reminded of her graceful and free-spirited dance moves. It really is so seductive. So touching. Her beauty and charm bloom only for me. Her affection will only last for me. Honey, what are you looking at? Lu Shui seemed to sense Soo-young's constant scanning gaze and turned to look at him. I'm thinking about what clothes to let you wear tonight. Well, it doesn't matter, my husband can let me wear whatever I want. Lu Shui knew that if her husband didn't beat her like he did the day before, then she would not reject the things that happened every night. Even if she has to dance for him every day, she will do it willingly. As long as he is as gentle as he was yesterday, she can still be very happy. The meal was ready, and the 2 sat together chatting. Lu Shui snuggled into Soo-young's arms, being held so tightly that she felt a little suffocated. She liked being held like this by Soo-young. Because only in this way did she feel that this man really cared about her. As long as he didn't hit her too hard, she would do whatever he asked. For no other reason, she just hopes that he will be happy. As long as his man is happy, then she will be happy too. Ding dong. Lu Shui's phone rang. It was her daughter, Lele. Hello? Lele, why aren't you home yet? Mom, I was riding my bike and I ran into a brick and fell. I think I sprained my ankle. It hurts. What? Where are you? Mom will come get you right away. Lu Shui became anxious when she heard her daughter's miserable voice on the phone. I'm just outside the school gate, about 200 meters south. I'm on the side of the road. Okay, just wait a little while. Mom will be there soon. She hung up the phone. Honey, Lele has sprained her ankle. I have to go pick her up. Can you wait at home for a while? Although Lu Shui was very anxious, she still had a pleasing expression on her face. Let's go together. Su Yang didn't stop at all, and stood up in a flash. He ran to the bedroom, grabbed the car keys, and ran downstairs with Lu Shui. Honey. Looking at Su Yang's movements and expression, it seemed that she was even more anxious about her daughter than she was. Lu Shui suddenly felt even warmer in her heart. Ding ding ding. Su Yang walked quickly, and Lu Shui followed along at a trot. Before long, with the roar of a car, Su Yang and Lu Shui rushed out of the residential area and headed towards their daughter's school. It was still quite close from home to school, and it was only a 10-minute ride by bike for her daughter. A few minutes later, Lu Shui saw her daughter on the side of the road. She was balancing on one foot, holding onto a telephone pole. Soon, Su Yang drove around the intersection in front of him and soon arrived at his daughter's side. Su Lei looked at the car parked next to him in confusion. Isn't this Dad's car? Is he here to pick me up? Are you okay, Lei? Lu Shui hurriedly opened the car door and came to the side of Su Lei. Su Yang also got out of the car and walked over quickly. It still hurts. Come on, Lulu, get in the car first. Dad will take you to the hospital. Su Yang reached out and opened the back door, beckoning his daughter to get in. Lu Shui quickly helped her daughter into the car and sat in the back seat. Su Yang put his daughter's bicycle in the trunk. Doctor, is my daughter's foot okay? Well, it's fine. Just put some plasters on it and rest for a day or two, and it'll be fine. Hearing the doctor's words, Su Yang finally let go of his worries. He was shocked when he heard that his daughter had fallen. After getting the plaster from the hospital, the family drove home. Because they drove, they didn't waste too much time. After arriving at the community and parking the car. Mom, my leg still hurts. Walk slowly. Come on, let me help you walk slowly. Come on, Lei, let Daddy carry you on his back. Seeing her daughter walking with pain, Su Yang really felt sorry for her. We still have to walk up the stairs later, and it will definitely hurt more. No need. The daughter shook her head and refused. She didn't like her father at all. Although her impression of him had improved a little, she didn't want him to touch her or she felt awkward. Silly girl, he is your father. He was more worried than your mother just now. Your father has always loved you. Su Lei didn't say anything, but stubbornly limped forward step by step. Su Yang sighed slightly, then came to her daughter's side and bent down to pick her up. Without further ado, and walked straight home. Su Lei was stunned for a moment. Her mind went blank. Staring blankly at her father, he carried her home step by step and sat her down on the bed in the hut. Silly child, see how much your father loves you. Lu Shui said gently while helping her daughter change her slippers. Su Lei didn't say anything, but just looked at Su Yang, who had already walked out of the room. But in her stubborn eyes, there seemed to be a sudden hint of indescribable warmth. Chapter 23, This silly wife, why are you being so nice to me? Lei, Dad has been fixing things at home all day, and he is so good to me now. Dad has really changed. You're almost as heavy as your mother now. I saw sweat on his forehead when he carried you that far. Isn't that right, Lei? Doesn't Dad love you very much? Lu Shui was chatting with Su Lei in a low voice in the room. Her face was full of smiles. I'm afraid he's just a fad. If he stops hitting your mom, I'm sure. Don't worry, Lulu, your father has apologized to me. He is so gentle with me now, and he doesn't hit me anymore. After chatting for a while, they came out to eat. Su Yang had been patiently waiting for them. It was another peaceful and happy evening. Lu Shui was still not beaten. But she danced for a long time yesterday, and she changed into 2 different outfits. Although Lu Shui was a little tired, she felt that it was worth it to see Su Yang's dumbfounded look. Being able to make her man so happy is her greatest joy. And so, 2 more days passed. The weekend arrived. Because of the graduating class, Su Lei didn't have a weekend off. Today, Su Yang and Lu Shui planned to visit their father. It's been so many years. Su Yang had even forgotten what he looked like. And he has no idea how he is doing now. Where does he live now? Has he found a new partner? Is he healthy? He doesn't know anything about his current situation. Why buy so much stuff? In the supermarket, Lu Shui kept putting things into the shopping cart, and Su Yang just pushed the cart behind her. Honey, after we got married, we never went back to see him. I just want to make my dad happy. Su Yang was silent and didn't say anything. Forget it. Let Lu Shui do as she pleases. After all, his wife is always thinking of him. Hey. Honey, why haven't you hit me these few days? Seeing that Su Yang seemed a little unhappy, Lu Shui quickly came forward and changed the subject in a low voice. Do you really want me to hit you? Hey. Oh, I see. Su Yang looked at Lu Shui's flattering smile and a wave of warmth suddenly surged in his heart. Hey. Why couldn't I treat her well before? Honey, what do you think of this? Su Yang took over Lu Shui's phone and couldn't help but be stunned. Do you like this? Su Yang suppressed a laugh and glanced at Lu Shui. Lu Shui nodded without hesitation, and there seemed to be a kind of yearning in her eyes. Hey, honey, I've done some research and everyone says this kind doesn't hurt. Okay, place the order. Su Yang reached out and pinched Lu Shui's face, and his heart couldn't help but become excited again. I never thought Lu Shui would think of such an interesting idea just to please me. The two of them came out of the supermarket and loaded everything into the car. Where does he live now? Su Yang has no idea where his father lives now. The place where he used to live has long since been demolished. Honey, let me be your navigator. I knew you must have visited him often. Su Yang nodded lightly and reached out to touch Lu Shui's face. Hey. After all, he is our father, and my wife hopes that you two will reconcile one day. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang with a look of adoration, her eyes full of apology. This wife is very thoughtful. Su Yang started the car and headed to his father's place with Lu Shui's navigation. Silly girl, when did you get in touch with him? Su Yang couldn't help but change the way he addressed Lu Shui. Hearing Su Yang's new nickname for herself, Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh happily. She liked this new name very much, because she heard Su Yang's love for her in it. After we got married, because you never went and you even hit me, so I secretly went to see it. You've been going all these years? Hey, yes, my husband, you're not angry with me, are you? Lu Shui looked at Su Yang with a twinkle in her eyes, but she was still a little worried. I'm too lazy to be angry. Su Yang shook his head lightly and reached out to pinch Lu Shui's ear. Of course, it was a very light one. How is he doing now? Has he found a new wife? No, Dad never looked again, and every time I saw him, he was in a bad mood. There are several pictures of his mother-in-law in his room. Honey, your mother-in-law is so pretty. Well, that's... Su Yang nodded and said softly. He lives in the Binjiang Garden community now. By the way, honey, his hair is completely white. Oh. Listening to Lu Shui's introduction, Su Yang felt his heart grow heavy. He knew that his father had been thinking about his mother all these years, or perhaps he had been blaming himself. The relationship between his parents was still very good. But later, he didn't know what happened between them, and even now, Su Yang still doesn't know. Silly girl, did he tell you about that year? No. He hasn't said anything about it all these years. I don't dare to ask him because I can see that he's not in a good mood. I see. Su Yang reached out and held Lu Shui's small hand. It was warm and soft. You knew that I liked Lorraine, so why did you marry me so stupidly? I've been hitting you for so many years, aren't you stupid? You know, honey, I've always liked you. I feel so sad whenever I see you with Lorraine. When I heard that something had happened to you that day, I went crazy looking for you everywhere. I don't know what happened, but I just couldn't let you go. You're such a silly girl. What can I say to you? Su Yang quietly turned her head and rubbed her eyes. They were wet. Hey. This silly wife, why are you so good to me? Chapter 24, You're not used to being nice to me? Honey, as long as you truly love me, I won't regret anything in the past. Lu Shui leaned back in the driver's seat and carefully watched every move Su Yang made. Just now. He was wiping his eyes, as if they were a little wet. You know, honey, I don't know if I've been beaten up too much by you over the years, or if there's something wrong with my thinking. I've been feeling strange these 2 days. What's wrong, dear? Su Yang couldn't help but take a curious glance at Lu Shui. This older sister's face was flushed, like a young girl who had just fallen in love. Honey, I feel like I've been dreaming these past few days. Hey, it's like I've changed husbands. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang, and the smile in her eyes became even stronger, and the flavor of flattery became even stronger. Even her long legs unconsciously leaned towards Su Yang. She looked like she was ready to be picked. So, isn't this a good look for my husband? Hey, of course it's good, and your daughter's attitude towards you has obviously changed. Hey, is it that your husband was too bad in the past, and now that he's suddenly nice to you, you're a little uncomfortable? Su Yang turned his head and glanced at Lu Shui, and then took her hand in a gesture of concern. In fact, he knew very well. He had been reborn and his thinking was no longer the same as before. My wife has been carefully feeling it these days. You are really very gentle with me. I can really be sure that my husband really cares about me and loves me. Lu Shui said, her eyes moistened again, and even clear tears oozed out. In fact, as long as my husband really loves me, even if you really hit me, I would still be happy. I don't know what's going on. Honey, I love you so much for being this way. Am I dreaming? Lu Shui said, her face was like covered with a red cloth. Even her movements were a bit awkward. There seemed to be a hint of indescribable happiness and longing in her eyes. In an instant, Su Yang understood. This wife seems to have suffered too much. Hey! Su Yang couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness. Such a good and gentle woman, and yet her demands on him are so humble. If he loved her, even if he beat her, she would be happy. In the future, I must love her well. I can't let her suffer even a little bit. And the daughter, I must also take good care of her, so that she can be happy like everyone else. Binjiang Garden is a bit remote, and it took Su Yang more than an hour to get there. Although it is a bit remote, the environment is very good and you can get away from the hustle and bustle of the city. The people who live here mainly want peace and quiet. Hubby, turn right at the front, Unit 1, Building 37. Under Lu Shui's guidance, Su Yang quickly parked the car in the parking space downstairs. The two of them took out the gifts from the trunk. Phew! Su Yang's mood was very complicated, and his heart was pounding. It had been many years since he had seen his father, and he didn't know what to expect when he saw him. Should I call him Dad? Would he still recognize me as his son? Will he recognize me? Honey, don't be nervous. Actually, I already told Dad that you were coming. Oh. Su Yang calmed down a bit and then walked with Lu Shui to the unit door. Dad's apartment was on the 9th floor, east side. When Su Yang stepped out of the elevator, he saw that the door to room 901 was open. Su Yang took a deep breath and glanced at Lu Shui beside him. Honey, don't be nervous. No matter how long it's been since we last saw each other, now that we've decided to meet up, we have to get past the awkwardness of our first meeting. As soon as he entered the door, Su Yang froze. There was an old man in the living room, with gray hair and a walking stick. He was trembling slightly. His eyes were red and he stared at the person who had just entered the room. Su Yang wanted to call out Dad, but when the words reached his throat, he felt as if his voice had gone dead. Suddenly, his throat became extremely sore. It was as if he had not drunk a drop of water for 3 days in the desert. Dad, Su Yang, and I have come to see you. Lu Shui took 2 steps forward and placed the gift in her hand on the coffee table. Then she turned to take what Su Yang was holding. Okay. It seemed that Dad couldn't even say a complete sentence. Although he was answering Lu Shui, his eyes were always fixed on Su Yang. Honey. Lu Shui softly reminded Su Yang, hoping that he would take the initiative to call him Dad. But Su Yang opened his mouth several times, but he couldn't make a sound. My throat hurts. It's like being cut by a knife. Come on, Dad, you sit down first. Su Yang has always wanted to come and see you, but he's been busy recently and hasn't had time. Seeing this, Lu Shui quickly went over to help Su Yang's father. He sat on the sofa shakily. Then he reached out and wiped his eyes. Actually, he doesn't blame his son for not visiting him. It's just that he really wanted his son to visit him. After all these years, he has been waiting for the stars and the moon. But he didn't dare to ask his son to visit him. The past. I still remember it vividly. Su Yang's mother's voice and smile seemed to be still yesterday. Gong dong, gong dong. Su Yang picked up a glass of warm water on the coffee table and gulped it down. His throat finally felt better. Dad, I'm here to see you. Su Yang also turned and sat on the sofa, turned his head and said softly. He knew that he had to say this. If he wanted to know what happened back then, he had to ask his father. Okay. Dad rubbed his eyes and said softly. He was really happy that his son had come to visit him. Knock, knock, knock. The door was still open, and a man in a suit, who seemed to be an agent, was knocking. Mr. Su, I've collected the rent for your 99 apartments this month. I'm here to tell you that you need to check the bill. No need to look. Su Yang's father didn't even look up, just waved at the door. Chapter 25, They really look like father and son. Su Yang was stunned by the news. What, 99 properties? Dad has 99 properties? How could I not know about this for so many years? Lu Shui was also stunned. She pulled Su Yang next to her and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Su Yang shook his head, not knowing. Shui, go close the door. Okay, Dad. Hearing her father's words, Lu Shui quickly got up and closed the door. It seems that he might want to say something. Click. The door is closed. Yang, I'm sorry about your mother. Su Yang's father turned his head and looked at his son, and suddenly couldn't hold back any longer. He covered his face with his hands and cried out loud. Su Yang was stunned by his father's crying. Lu Shui returned to his side and sat down, not daring to say a word. For a long time, Su Yang didn't say a word, and didn't know how to comfort him, just staring blankly. Lu Shui also quietly leaned against Su Yang and wept with him. After so many years of suppression, it was good to cry in front of her son and daughter-in-law. There were no outsiders anyway. It's not a sin for a man to cry. Yang, I know you hate your father, and it's been 15 years. I spend every day regretting. If your mother hadn't left, it would have been so much better for our family to be together. How did you wrong my mother? Whenever he mentioned his mother, Su Yang couldn't help but hate his father. Back then, Mom took such good care of him, but suddenly she jumped to her death because of Dad. Even now, he still doesn't know the reason. Hey! As you just saw, it's because of those dozens of houses. Su Yang's father wiped away his tears and his voice was choking. I'm really not a human being. For the sake of another woman who doesn't love me at all, you made your mother feel disappointed and frustrated. Slowly, Su Yang's father began to recount his past. It turns out that Su Yang's father was once a faithful lapdog to a woman. He spent countless amounts of money on that woman. But then that woman dumped him. Su Yang's mother was his childhood sweetheart and had always secretly loved him. He married her when he was at his lowest point. They had a happy family and a lovely son, Su Yang. But then, the woman was dumped and came back to find Su Yang's father, hoping to renew their relationship. So, Su Yang's father relapsed into his old feelings, and secretly got in touch with the woman again. He continued to spend a lot of money on the woman. In fact, Su Yang's father is very good at real estate speculation. He has earned more than 300 houses through his own efforts. But he never told his family that he owned so many houses, including Su Yang. Then one day, when Su Yang's mother came home, she saw a wonderful scene in the bedroom. It turned out that Su Yang's father and the woman were having sex. They were talking about giving the woman all the real estate. So, Su Yang's mother completely collapsed. So, she resolutely chose to commit suicide. I was so confused. That woman came to me just for my money. Once I ran out of money, she was the first to leave. Once dead, there is no way to bring her back. I regret it. Su Yang's father cried very hard. It's as if he had lost the most precious thing in the world. Su Yang listened quietly, and his face turned red and then white. He didn't even dare to look at Lu Shui beside him. Over the past 15 years, it seems that he has been walking in the same path as his father. Fortunately, Lu Shui has been enduring it all with great strength, and finally, he has been reborn. Fortunately, it's not too late. Lu Shui tightly hugged Su Yang's arm, and tears fell patter-patter. She felt sympathy for her mother-in-law, her father-in-law, and even herself. But she also felt incredibly lucky. After all, her husband had suddenly changed his mind. These days, he has been more gentle than ever. So much so that Lu Shui even felt like asking him to beat her again. For a man who truly loves you, even if he is beaten hard, he will always cry with a smile on his face. They really are like father and son. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh in private. He was indeed much luckier than his father. At least Lu Shui is still in his arms. No matter how much he scolded her, she still endured and loved him as always. Even though her love has become deformed, she still insists on it without hesitation. Okay, Dad, don't cry. I don't hate you anymore. Su Yang hesitated for a moment before finally saying something to comfort his father. You are more pitiful than me. At least Lu Shui is still by my side. As she said this, Su Yang hugged Lu Shui tightly in his arms. He even held her so tightly that she could hardly breathe. Honey. Lu Shui looked up at Su Yang, her eyes red and full of happiness and anticipation. Yang, treat Xiaoxue well, and remember not to follow in my footsteps. And, don't worry. Although Su Yang no longer hated his father, he was not gentle in his speech. How can I be gentle when my favorite mother is gone? Well, good. If it weren't for Xiaoxue coming to visit me all these years and saying good things about you, I might have lost all hope. I've actually wanted to look for your mother for a long time. What for? Just live on. Su Yang couldn't help but get angry and slapped the coffee table. You have a granddaughter now, she's beautiful and cute. Don't you want to see her? That's enough. Just live a good life, and I'll come back to see you. Su Yang was now feeling very upset, and pulled up Lu Shui and turned and left. Honey. Shut up. Lu Shui was shocked and dared not speak again. She followed Su Yang out of the house. Although Su Yang knew his father's pain, he still couldn't completely let go of his hatred so quickly. It takes time for this catalyst to slowly forget the pain of the past. Chapter 26. Finally, he couldn't help but hit her. Boom. Su Yang waited until Lu Shui got into the car, then he slammed the gas pedal all the way down to the gas tank. He was very irritated and didn't want to stay for a moment. The car quickly left the residential area, rushed onto the main road, and headed straight for the suburbs. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang nervously, trembling with fear. She knew that he was really irritated. Now he had to stay put and be prepared to be beaten up at any time. In the past, he was often in this state, moody and unpredictable. After a while, the car drove into a sparsely populated open park. The park was full of trees and the environment was very good. Squeak! The car stopped, and Su Yang lay directly on the steering wheel, not saying a word. The news about his parents had left him in a state of shock. If there is anyone in this world he loves most, it must be his mother. But she chose to take her own life because she was betrayed. Oh. It's really not worth it. For a long time, Su Yang sat up straight and turned to look at Lu Shui, who was so scared that she didn't dare to move. Go to the back. Lu Shui quickly nodded, got out of the passenger seat, and quickly sat in the back seat. She didn't know what her husband was doing. She was always on edge. Su Yang also got out of the car and came to the back seat. As soon as he reached out, Lu Shui was in Su Yang's arms. Very tight. Su Yang knew that Lu Shui liked to be held tightly like that, the tighter the better. And he also wanted to release his inner depression in this way. Husband. Lu Shui seemed to be suffocating. But her face was flushed. She likes being held like this by Su Yang, it's so safe. She felt. Although Su Yang was very depressed, his love for her had not diminished in the slightest. After a long time. Honey, I love you. No matter what you do to me, I will be with you forever. Lu Shui curled her red lips in a flirtatious manner and her breathing was a little short. Hey. I was so mean to you before, and I beat you every day. Well, as long as my husband loves me, it's fun to be hit by him. I know that my husband loves me very much. What does it matter if I am beaten a few times by someone who loves me? Lu Shue's voice was murmuring, and her eyes were a little bit blurred. For the first time, she felt his love for her when he was most agitated. Pop. Su Yang rubbed Lu Shue's hair and patted her gently. Husband. Lu Shue blushed and whispered, snuggling into Su Yang's arms. Her eyes were sparkling, and she was full of happiness. Omit 100,000 words, readers can greatly add the author's fan group. The open park was extremely quiet. Until Su Yang and Lu Shui were about to leave, they had not passed a single person. Honey, thank you for loving me so much. I'm so happy. Su Yang's love made Lu Shue's mood very good. Honey, are you hungry? Shall I go home and cook for you? Yes, let's go. Su Yang shook his head, feeling that the way he had just treated Lu Shui was not gentle enough. In the future, I should be more gentle. But I never expected that Lu Shui would be even happier. She spoke more gently and her eyes were more pleasing. Ding dong. The two had just sat down in front and started the car when Lu Shue's phone rang. Honey, Lauren wants to add me on WeChat. Should I let her? Let her through, huh? This son of a bitch. Su Yang nodded and then cursed again. Okay, honey. Although Lu Shui didn't know why Su Yang let her through, she knew that he definitely wouldn't like that woman anymore. Honey, she's trying to get close to me and say nice things, and she even apologized to me. Lu Shui took out her phone and read the message that Lolan had sent to Su Yang. Well, I told her a story. After venting his anger, Su Yang also felt much better. So he told Lu Shui about his plan to get back at Lolan. No matter what, I can't let her get away with it. This woman has cheated me out of at least 2 million yuan, and there are 800,000 yuan in WeChat records alone. Well. Okay, honey, I'll do whatever you say. Lu Shui also hated Lolan, of course. For more than 10 years, Su Yang had been in Lolan's hands. So that their little family is in dire straits all day long. Don't scold her, don't talk to her, just act like you don't care. If she tries to find her relatives through you, just refuse her. Just don't give her any chance. It's up to you, dear husband. Yes, good husband. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang happily and kept nodding. She knew that Su Yang had really changed his mind and no longer liked Lolan. As long as that woman doesn't provoke him, Su Yang will definitely be the best man in the world. In every way, he's amazing. Husband, she really was asking me about my close relatives, huh? This S goods, all she thinks about is other people's money. She's had more than 20 boyfriends. What a disgusting woman. Yes, it is really disgusting. Su Yang couldn't help but feel embarrassed. For so many years, he had been manipulated by such a disgusting woman. Fortunately, he has little money, otherwise he would have been swindled out of so many houses, just like his father. In a big city like Jiangcheng, houses are very expensive. Just say you don't know, and if you do know, don't tell her. And tell him not to get any ideas about your husband. Yes, just tell her that. This woman has a thick skin. As long as there is money to be made, she will find a way to get close to you. There was no hurry to get home, so Su Yang drove very slowly. Lu Shui leaned back in the passenger seat, happily watching Su Yang, and her heart grew more and more joyful. Honey, the good stuff I bought on JD.com has already been shipped and will arrive tomorrow morning, hee hee. Good. Ha ha. Su Yang shook hands with Lu Shui and couldn't help but feel a burst of excitement. After being reborn, I met such a wonderful wife. What a stroke of luck. Chapter 27. Let's pretend we're newlyweds today. You bought me wine? Are you afraid I'll get drunk and go crazy? The two bought some food at the supermarket, and Lu Shui also went to the wine rack to get a bottle of red wine. On a weekend, a couple and red wine are a perfect match. Lu Shui is also a romantic person. Over the past few days, she has felt that her married life with Su Yang has gradually improved. He loves me and loves our daughter. His behavior these days has been perfect. Just like in her dreams. Although he hit her today, it didn't hurt at all. And it also made her feel a different kind of love. Hey, let's drink a bottle together, we won't get drunk. I know my husband has changed, he's not the same as before. The scars of more than 10 years of abuse and scolding will not be removed overnight. But as long as Su Yang doesn't get angry, Lu Shui will feel very relaxed. Especially in the last few days, she felt so relaxed that it was almost unreal. It wasn't until today when Su Yang hugged her in the car that she felt that the happiness that originally belonged to her, Lu Shui, had really come. Okay, then I'll listen to you. Seeing Lu Shui's shy smile, Su Yang couldn't help but nod. Being taken care of by such a woman is really too happy. When she first woke up after being reborn, she thought she was a prostitute. That pitiful and helpless look, that gentle yet persistent emotion. It really deeply moved Su Yang. Honey, you've had a long day, why don't you go rest for a while? I'll call you when I'm done cooking. Yes, I'll go rest for a while. Su Yang nodded and went straight to the bedroom. He changed into his pajamas and went straight to bed. I am really a bit tired. Although Su Yang's soul was 21 years old, his body was 36. He used to play cards and drink a lot, and his life was not at all regular, so his physical condition was not very good. He was indeed a bit tired after working in the car for a while in the morning. On the contrary, Lu Shui was full of energy and didn't look tired at all. She used to dance a lot, so she is much better than Su Yang in terms of physical fitness. Ding dong! Su Yang rolled over and picked up the phone from the bedside table. It turned out to be a message from that slut Lolan. Baby, I miss you so much. What do you want, bitterly? Anyway, she definitely doesn't want my money. I won't give you sex, mainly because it's disgusting. When is that relative of Lu Shui coming to see you next time? Why don't you invite me to dinner? I'll pay for it. I don't know, probably soon. But as long as we eat together, Lu Shui will definitely be there. About this matter, if Lu Shui agrees, I can agree too. I'm just afraid that person will fall for you. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in this world. Baby, you really think too much. After all these years, don't I know your heart? I know that Lu Shui listens to you the most. Why don't you talk to her more? Just say it? Over the years? I know you've always had a bad relationship with her, and she probably won't listen to me either. It's easy. I'll buy her a bag this afternoon. What woman doesn't like a bag? Lolan contacted Lu Shui in the morning, but she was rejected very decisively. But if you buy a gift in Su Yang Mediates, it will definitely be better. Wouldn't that cost you a lot of money? I bought her a bag for over 10,000 renminbi the other day. But she did tell me that she wanted to buy a necklace. But I have invested all the money I have in the project, so I can't buy it for her for the time being. Su Yang couldn't help but smile to herself. I'll treat her the way she treats me. As long as she is thinking of pursuing that big boss, she will definitely be willing to pay a little. Over the years, Lolan has fooled so many men that she still has some savings. 35,000 yuan is nothing. But if she buys a gift, she probably won't pay for it herself, but will probably trick another man into buying it for her. It's no big deal. I'll go buy one for her this afternoon. Don't worry, I know her well enough to know she'll be satisfied. Lolan is indeed much richer than Su Yang, and she really doesn't care about this investment in order to meet the big boss. Although she doesn't think much of Su Yang, she believes that Su Yang is loyal to her. After all these years, she's got him completely under control. I'm even polite to Lu Shui now, I don't even dare to hit her. We can just be nice to her in the future, right? We just want to make a lot of money, right? Yes, what you're saying, baby. Damn it, let's see if this slut will bite in the afternoon. Once you have the first one, you'll get the second. Keep increasing her sunk costs and see how much she can afford to give up. Honey. Su Yang was sound asleep when he suddenly heard a sweet voice that woke him up. When he opened his eyes, he was shocked. In broad daylight, Lu Shui had changed into the clothes she wore when she danced at night. Her face was beaming with a smile of flattery. It seemed that she was still in the mood from earlier that morning in the car. Does it still hurt? It's still a little red, but it's fine. It doesn't hurt at all, hee hee. Get up, honey. The food is ready and the wine is poured. This is the first time in our lives that we've had such a romantic dinner. Yes, my dear wife. Su Yang nodded with a smile and quickly sat up. It had been 10 years since they got married, and they had never had a romantic dinner together. Since she values it so much, and even changed into that kind of mind-blowing outfit, then I'll accompany her properly. For Lu Shui, this happiness was truly hard-won. What others take for granted may be a happiness she hasn't experienced for many years. A simple meal, a bottle of cheap red wine, can make her happy beyond words. After a quick wash, the two sat face to face at the table. There was also a red candle burning on the table. The red and flickering flame of the candle is like the mood of the two of them at this moment, warm and affectionate. Dear husband, to us, let today be our wedding day. Okay. Su Yang looked at Lu Shui's enchanting body and blushing face and nodded heavily. Chapter 28. Today is our first day of marriage, and I want to get drunk. In Su Yang's memory, this was actually his wedding. It's just that the ceremony was a bit too simple. Without the memory of the past 10 years, it is naturally equivalent to not having been married before. At that time, Lu Shui was still a thin little girl, introverted and easily embarrassed. Now, has been tempered by life and Su Yang into a charming and mature woman. In front of Su Yang, she can be very, very open. As long as you want her to do it, you can basically arrange it however you want. These days, Su Yang has truly felt this. Ding! The glasses clinked. The two of them drink from the same cup. This is their wedding night. Lu Shui is really serious. In Su Yang's consciousness, this was always true. One has love, the other has affection. The two of them ate and drank, and a bottle of red wine quickly went down. Lu Shui's pretty face was flushed, her eyes were also red, and tears of happiness fell from time to time. Honey, I want to drink some more. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang and began to pout. It was really interesting to see the 21-year-old soul looking at the 35-year-old older sister coquettishly. There is no more red wine. Su Yang knew that Lu Shui wanted to get drunk, and didn't want to stop her. Hey, there's a bottle of white wine. Lu Shui pointed to the shelf by the kitchen door. That's the white wine Su Yang used to drink. This bottle hasn't been opened yet. Honey, you'll get drunk. Honey, today is our first day of marriage, I want to get drunk. Lu Shui was actually a little drunk, but she didn't know if she was really drunk. Maybe it's the wine that makes people drunk, not the other way around. Well, okay. Su Yang nodded in agreement. If she wants to get drunk, then let her. After all these years of suffering, she hoped that the alcohol would help her wash away the pain. Hey! Lu Shui laughed and ran over to get the wine. Hubby, I'll pour you a glass, and me too. Lu Shui didn't know if she was doing it on purpose or if she had really drunk too much, but she filled both of their wine glasses with a smile. Red wine with white wine, one glass is better than two. Honey, eat your vegetables. Husband, cheers. Silly girl, drink slowly. Why are you drinking so much? Hey, honey, I feel so good and dizzy. Lu Shui's drunkenness was getting worse and worse, and she started to speak incoherently. Maybe this is the first time in her life. She cried and drank at the same time. It didn't take long for the two of them to drink a bottle of white wine. Su Yang also felt dizzy and really couldn't drink anymore. The two of them drank half and half, and Lu Shui didn't drink any less than him. Hey! 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 Lu Shui smiled and squinted her eyes, grabbed Su Yang by the collar, and walked towards the door. Damn it! The direction is wrong. Su Yang couldn't help but shudder, and grabbed Lu Shui. If she opens the door and goes out, it would be bad if someone saw her. What's wrong, honey? Oh, wrong direction, hee. Lu Shui grabbed Su Yang by the collar and walked crookedly towards the master bedroom. On the way, she stopped and checked her bearings twice. After a while, Lu Shui snuggled into Su Yang's arms. Silly wife. Honey, you've really changed a lot. That day. That was when my life changed completely. Lu Shui said to herself, and then she burst into tears. She was sobbing uncontrollably. Okay, honey, don't cry. Honey. I can't believe it. I feel like it's all real. Lu Shui curled up in Su Yang's arms, crying and laughing at the same time. Oh, oh. Silly girl. Su Yang hugged Lu Shui tightly in her favorite way. And the hugging got tighter and tighter. After a while, Lu Shui was out of breath. Honey, I'm so happy. Lu Shui kept crying, but her face was still smiling like a flower. She was really crying with a smile on her face. Before they knew it, a wave of drowsiness came over them, and they both fell asleep. Because they had both drunk a lot, they didn't accomplish anything. Ding dong. Ding dong. Su Yang's phone stubbornly rang over and over again. Finally, Su Yang was awakened. Hello? Su Yang picked up the phone and answered the call without looking at who was calling. Su Yang, what are you doing? Why didn't you answer my call? Lolan, is there something wrong? I just bought a necklace for Lu Shui. Should I bring it to your apartment or would you like to come and get it? Holy shit. This S-bitch is actually willing to bleed. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of energy. The alcohol dissipated in half. Chapter 29. Are you still dizzy? You go to the entrance of my neighborhood, I'll go get it. Lu Shui is sleeping right now, and I think she'll wake up soon. Su Yan looked at Lu Shui, who was sound asleep, and couldn't help pinching her little nose. This body is so beautiful. Okay, I'll see you in front of your building in 20 minutes. You must make Lu Shui happy and make her accept the gold necklace. Okay, I'll do my best. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. Puff. While Lu Shui was asleep, he scanned her several times. Then he began to slowly get dressed. It was now 4:30 p.m. and there was still some time before his daughter got out of school, so he let Lu Shui sleep a little longer. Hopefully, when she wakes up, she will be a brand new person. What's going on? Su Yang never answers my calls. I hate it. Lolan, who is a flirtatious woman, is wearing a red dress and crystal shoes. Her hair was curled in big waves. Don't say it, except for the S, she's still pretty good looking. Isn't this the one who was with Lu Shui? You know, haha. And, you couldn't hold it in during the day? She's really a slut. Here, this gold necklace cost me over 30,000 yuan. I'll tell you now, this necklace must be delivered to Lu Shui's hands. Lorraine's arrogant eyes showed a hint of disdain. Okay, don't worry, baby. Su Yang said with a smile, and reached out to take the gold necklace bag. Baby, let's find a place to talk tonight. Baby, don't be silly. I've sent you several photos, haven't I? You must keep Lu Shui company now, understand? What does a photo have to do with it? Nonsense. Okay, I'll send you better pictures tonight. Okay, you should go back now, I'm leaving too. Lorraine seemed impatient, and she kept glancing at the clock. Okay, baby, I'm leaving. Su Yang pretended to be reluctant to leave and turned around and left. Wow. It really is a gold necklace that cost more than 30,000 yuan. Su Yang walked back on the way and took a look at it. It seems that I really had to pay a little bit to get on Lu Shui's good side. After returning home, Su Yang placed the gold necklace in the most conspicuous place on the bedside table. As long as Lu Shui wakes up, she will definitely be able to see it. Time passed by minute by minute. Lu Shui suddenly woke up. Who, ziz? The sound of cooking could be heard in the kitchen. Outside. Who is cooking? Lu Shui turned her head to look for her phone to check the time. Zhou Fufu? What is this? Lu Shui was taken aback, and then she couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Could this be a gift from her husband? Lu Shui happily took the small bag on the bedside table into her hands and couldn't wait to open it. A necklace. What? 33,000? This husband. In an instant, Lu Shui couldn't help but choke. He's spending money on me again. He just spent over 30,000 yuan on clothes the other day, and now he spent another 30,000 yuan on a gold necklace. This is not right. We still have to live our lives in the future. How can we spend money so recklessly? Although Lu Shui was moved to tears, she didn't want Su Yang to spend so much money on her. Oh, it's past 6 o'clock. Hurry up and change. Lu Shui quickly changed into her pajamas and put on the new gold necklace she had bought. Honey. Lu Shui came out of the bedroom and ran into the kitchen with a shy smile. Let me do it. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang, who was busy in the kitchen, and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Since they got married, all these years, he has never cooked a meal. He's really changed a lot. Are you still dizzy, wife? Puff. Hearing Su Yang's teasing, Lu Shui burst into laughter. She still had some memory of being drunk. Honey, I'm not dizzy anymore. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang with a shy smile, feeling that her courage was growing. She had indeed drunk too much that afternoon and had said a lot of crazy things. Honey, don't buy me any more gifts, okay? We still have to live our lives. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang with a smile, her tone extremely gentle. Ha ha. She looked at Su Yang and laughed heartily, a little puzzled. Lolin bought this for you. She's trying to please you. Wear it with confidence. What? What? Just wear it. Hey, okay. You don't need to explain anything. Just be firm. Not only did she wear it obediently, she was also beaming with happiness. Remember, the next time she tries to chat with you, just be a little nicer. As for the family visit, keep making excuses. You've only just started. Okay, honey, I got it. Honey, when did you learn to cook? You've never done it before. Just because you haven't done it before doesn't mean you can't. Su Yang said, reaching out to turn off the stove. It's done. Stay a little longer, Lila should be back soon. Su Yang, did you give the gold necklace to Lu Shui? Did she accept it? Su Yang had just sat down with Lu Shui on his shoulder when he received a WeChat message from Lolin. No. She's angry with me and doesn't want to accept your gift. She also said that this little necklace is embarrassing. After writing the message, Su Yang sent it. Oh, no. Su Yang, that slut of yours, does she have 30,000 yuan worth of clothes? How can she call it a small necklace? Humph. I'm so angry. She's the slut. After reading Lolin's message, Lu Shui was also a little angry. Now my Lu Shui is different. Her close relatives have hundreds of millions of assets. If I give her a little bit back, it won't be a small amount. You should talk to her again. Really? Okay, I know. I'm so angry. Although Lolin was depressed, she could do nothing about it. She knew that Su Yang would never cheat on her. Chapter 30, I'll give you all the little girls. Su Lele is back. The family had dinner together, and the atmosphere was a little more harmonious. Now, the father and daughter can communicate with each other in simple sentences. Although she hasn't called him dad yet, her attitude has improved significantly. Su Lele saw that her mother was happier and happier every day, and knew that her father's attitude towards her mother had indeed changed a lot. So every night, she also wants to come back to live. And when she has questions, Dad can explain things very well. Time passed quickly and it was Monday again. Su Lele went to school early in the morning, and then Lu Shui went to work happily. What kind of work should she do in the future? She can't just sit around and eat. Su Yang's memory basically remained 15 years ago, and he didn't understand many things now. And what he learned in the past is now long outdated. It's really not easy to find a suitable job. Damn it. Go out on the street. For example, delivering food or taking out food is also possible. If you are willing to work hard, you can earn a few thousand to tens of thousands of yuan a month. Su Yang walked out of the house and was ready to go out and take a stroll. Su Yang, Lu San is having a card game and a drinking party today. Do you want to go? It is said that there are 2 little girls there, which is very exciting. As soon as Su Yang stepped out of the door, he met an old friend. But now he only felt that he was familiar with him, and he couldn't remember who he was. I'm not going. You go. Su Yang shook his head lightly and kept walking without stopping. Damn it. You're not going to a place with girls? Are you kidding me? You used to be so happy. The old friend stared at him with bulging eyes and a look of incomprehension. I'm not going. I've given you all the little girls. Go and have fun. Su Yang waved his hand and left. This person is really strange. In the past, he played more than anyone else, but now he's changed his personality? Ding dong dong. As soon as he left the residential area, Su Yang's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who is this? Are you Mr. Su Yang? I am the lawyer your father has appointed. I have some things to discuss with you. Oh, I'm Su Yang. What did my father entrust you with? Su Yang couldn't help but look confused. What was his father up to? Mr. Su, your father wants to transfer all the real estate under his name to you, so that he can enjoy a relaxing retirement. Su Yang was stunned. He just came to see him once, and now he's giving me all his houses? Let's not rush into this. Let me ask him first. After Su Yang got his father's phone number from Lu Shui, he called him directly. Hello? A deep, old voice came from the phone. What do you want me to do with the house? I'm doing just fine as it is. In fact, Su Yang was still a little unhappy. Originally, there were more than 300 houses, but now there are only 99 left, and most of them have been sold to other people. And my mother was so angry that she died. Yang, I'm getting old. My greatest wish is to be with you all and live a few more good days. After hearing his father's words, Su Yang was speechless for a moment. Which father doesn't want to be with his children? At least they should be closer, right? Just like Su Yang, he also wants to chat with Su Lele more. He is happy to see his daughter happy, and he is anxious when he sees her limping. I'll move to a bigger house and you can move in with me. Lele has never met her grandfather, and she is already 15 years old. There's no point in arguing with Dad now. Family unity is the most important thing. If he hadn't been reborn, his fate would have been the same as his father's, or even worse. Be good. After listening to Su Yang's words, Dad was so excited that he couldn't contain himself. After so many years, finally be reunited with his son. With the help of a lawyer, Su Yang only had to sign the papers and pay the various fees. The 99 houses were quickly transferred to Su Yang's name. That day at noon, Lu Shui and Su Yang were happily eating their meal. Su Yang handed a stack of printed materials to Lu Shui. Honey, Dad's house is all ours. Oh. Lu Shui had actually thought about this issue long ago. After all, his father's house would be given to Su Yang sooner or later. Luckily, her husband has reformed. Otherwise, these properties would have been taken away by that slut Lolan. Look, there are 10 houses here that I think are not bad. You and Lulu can both choose and we can choose one to live in. If you like it, we'll move in early and Dad can live with us. These 10 selected houses are all large houses that Su Yang thinks are suitable. For example, there are some that are close to junior high school and some that are close to high school. There are more considerations for Su Lulu. Hey, good. Lu Shui is of course very happy to be moving into a big house soon. Oh, honey, Lolan has been sending me messages these past 2 days, mostly about how great our relationship is at school. But I didn't pay much attention to her, and it took me a long time to reply. Yes, just ignore her. Lolan originally thought that it would be no problem to win Lu Shui for 30,000 yuan, but the outcome was the opposite. And it's not easy to get the necklace back. If I return it, I'll definitely offend Lu Shui even more. Right, honey, let's go look at some houses first. I'll go for a walk this afternoon and take some pictures. After all, the materials only have the area and the layout, but it's still better to actually go and see it, and you can also learn about the living environment. Okay, honey. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang and her face revealed an indescribable smile. The aftereffects of her fear were also recovering more and more quickly. Although she was beaten every night these 2 days, it was with something she had specially bought on Jingdong. This kind of thing hits the body and sweetens the heart. Not only did it leave no scars, but it also helped heal the wounds of the soul. Oh, right, honey, I have an order for you. Hey, honey, you just say it, and I'll do whatever you want. During the lunch break, Lu Shui was wearing her dancing clothes and snuggling in Su Yang's arms. My wife is so pretty and cute. If I don't drive a car when I go out, I will feel very embarrassed and even sad. I really have to buy my wife a car. You're so good to me, how can I ever repay you? That's easy. When we move into our new home, you can just give me more children. Chapter 31, I'm afraid of thieves stealing, and I'm afraid of thieves remembering. Su Yang, what are you doing now, baby? Su Yang is checking out the house that Lu Shui picked out, and Lolan sends him a message. Looking at the new house, getting ready to move. What? You bought a new house? Which neighborhood? Lorraine knew that Su Yang and Lu Shui had always lived in that old and rundown neighborhood, and with his current 2 million yuan, he could not afford to buy a good house in Jiangcheng. Yes, honey, the new house is in Phoenix New Town, and the location is not bad. It's also close to where Lu Shui works, and it's convenient for the kids to go to school. Su Yang didn't lie to Lolan. Lu Shui's choice was very thoughtful in every way. Are you serious? You only have 2 million yuan. How can you afford a house in Phoenix New City? As far as I know, the location here should be at least 3 million. Holy cow! You know exactly how much money I have. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh in private. It was really ridiculous before, but Lolan has really gotten to the point. I'm not just a sugar daddy. If they leak a little bit of money on the project, I'll have the money for this house. Keep on the line. I don't believe you, Lolan, can hold back. Based on Su Yang's understanding of Lolan, she must continue to find ways to please Lu Shui. It's only been a few days. Su Yang has already bought a multi-million-dollar house. It's strange that Lolan isn't jealous. My dear, please persuade Lu Shui a little more. She doesn't even pay any attention to me now. Hey! Lu Shui's family status is different now. I have to look to her for everything now. She controls all the money in the family now, and I can't even buy you anything. Su Yang's meaning is very clear. Lu Shui now has the financial power to buy a house worth millions. What's the big deal about your necklace that cost over 30,000 renminbi? Humph. You're such a stupid man, and I like you so much. Okay, I'll think of something. Oh, right, baby, you said you were going to send me pictures like the ones you sent me. Why haven't you sent them? Okay, I know. By the way, Su Yang, is your wife, Lu Shui, having an affair? No way, absolutely not. Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that Lolan, that slut, was going to come up with some bad idea? Besides, you don't know, in this society, not only do men become bad when they have money, women become even worse when they have money. I'm telling you, Su Yang, you used to beat her up so much, and now you're broke. You don't believe me? Just watch. A slut like her will definitely keep a gigolo. Holy cow! Looking at Lolan's news, Su Yang was really angry. One slut on the left, another slut on the right. No matter how slutty Lu Shui is, she's only a slut for me. Is this called being a slut? Isn't this true love? And you, Lolan? That's a whole lot of slutty. Okay, Su Yang, I won't say anything more to you. You can't help me at all right now. Obviously, Su Yang sensed Lolan's impatience, and even her coldness. Even the tone of his voice began to change. The house in Phoenix New City was good, and after Su Yang communicated with Lu Shui, he decided to choose this one. Then Su Yang told the agent to inform the tenant to vacate the house as soon as possible. Now Su Yang is the landlord, and he has the final say. And he plans to form a small team to manage the rental of these houses in the future. If he lets the agency rent it out, he will make a lot less money. This will also give him something to do. After all, there are nearly 100 houses, which can support a small team. After Su Yang had finished looking at the houses, Lu Shui had already returned from work. Honey, did you say something to Lolan again? She said she wants to go with me to look at bracelets on the weekend. She also said that I didn't have to pay, but someone else would pay. As soon as Su Yang returned home, Lu Shui came to greet him. As always, she helped him take off his coat, shoes, and brought him slippers. And she patiently waited until Su Yang was dressed before she got up. This is the result of more than 10 years of. The result of Su Yang's training with rattan and tossing. It is full of ritual. In the past, when Su Yang came home, he was like a local emperor, high above everyone else. Ha! You're going out with someone else paying the bill? After hearing Lu Shue's words, Su Yang suddenly felt something was wrong. Holy cow! Is this slut trying to shift the focus of the breakthrough to Lu Shue? Someone else is paying? Who is it? Could it be that Lolan has brought another man here? Let other men show off in front of Lu Shue? Yes, honey, she said it in a mysterious way, saying that I would definitely be satisfied. So what did you say to her? I'm not going out with her. She's a big liar and a big slut. I said I was going to look at cars on the weekend and I was busy, so I turned her down. Oh, good. Su Yang couldn't help but nod and let out a sigh of relief. He did not believe in Lu Shue, but mainly didn't want her to be harassed by other men. At her age, is at the most seductive time. If she were to be targeted by someone with malicious intent, it would be quite troublesome. You're afraid of thieves stealing, and you're afraid of thieves thinking about it. If she goes out with someone like Lolan and gets drugged or drunk, the consequences would be unimaginable. He. Honey, I suddenly feel that you are a little nervous. Are you worried about your wife? Lu Shue snuggled into Su Yang's arms, looking up at him with a small face. Pop. Yes, my wife is so beautiful. What if she gets cheated on? Su Yang said, reaching out to touch Lu Shue's face. Okay, honey, let's cook. I want to see you dance again. Okay, honey. I'll go cook first, let's eat quickly. Lu Shue twisted her body and ran into the kitchen with a shy smile on her face. Ding! Su Yang sat at the dining table, watching with interest as Lu Shue, dressed in her pajamas, busied herself in the kitchen. A classmate he hadn't spoken to in years had sent him a message. Su Yang, what have you been up to lately? This classmate is Sunja, who was a roommate with Su Yang in college. They had kept in touch for a few years after graduation. But since Su Yang became addicted to drinking and playing cards, they rarely got in touch. In recent years, there has been no contact at all. Sunja, what can I be busy with? Just fooling around. After not contacting each other for so many years, the friendship between the two naturally grew cold. Su Yang of course did not want to talk to him about his situation, so he just casually dealt with it. Chapter 32, Wife, I suddenly regret bringing you along. We're bunkmates, why are you being so polite to me? Ha ha. What a mess. For more than 10 years, it was either drinking, playing cards, chasing after girls, or beating up his wife. Now, after being reborn, I have just stabilized the wounded hearts of Lu Shue and the child. What the hell can I say? I can't say that I drink, play cards and beat up my wife all day long. I'm also ashamed of it. Okay, buddy, I've saved a class reunion. Come with your wife at 6 p.m. on Friday. There aren't many classmates in Zhengcheng now. There are only about 10 of us, and if we all bring our families, there will only be 2 tables. Well, okay. Since graduating, Su Yang has been called by her classmates, but she rarely attends reunions. His days are mainly spent among a group of friends. Playing cards, drinking, and picking up girls. There aren't many good people in this circle. But Su Yang used to enjoy it. He would go out for days at a time, sometimes even a month. Nowadays, he finally has a bit of a human appearance, and it's not bad to take Lu Shue out to a party or something. It will definitely help with the trauma that Lu Shue has suffered for many years. Okay, brother, let's make a deal. See you on Friday. Okay, see you on Friday. Honey, I have a class reunion on Friday night. Su Yang walked into the kitchen and embraced Lu Shue's slender waist from behind. Good husband, you go. Lu Shue felt Su Yang's warm embrace, and her heart beat a little faster. It's just a class reunion, not a reunion with that slut Lolan, or with his old friends. I'll take you with me, and you can dress up nicely. Maybe don't go. Lu Shue couldn't help but feel a shock in her heart. It had been more than 10 years since they got married, and this was the first time he had ever said he wanted to take her to a party. What? Be good, be good. Hey. Okay, I'll listen to my husband. I'll definitely dress up nicely and never embarrass him. Lu Shue twisted her body and her eyes revealed an unmistakable look of joy. Obedience is so simple, just a slap full of love. Since Su Yang was reborn, he has refused all invitations from his old friends that he doesn't know. Either they want to play cards, or they want to go to a brothel, or they want to drink. He was new here, and he didn't know them anyway, so he refused them very decisively. But the class reunion that his roommate Sunja invited him to was still different. The two of them had a good relationship when they were at school. And since the people attending the party were all classmates, Su Yang naturally agreed without hesitation. In the following days, Su Yang looked around for furniture and discussed the choices with Lu Shui one by one. The agency had found another apartment for the tenant, and they could move out on Saturday. The original furniture in the house was all from the agency, and they would move it out in time. So Su Yang wanted to finalize the furniture as soon as possible and set a delivery time. By Friday, he had finished all the arrangements. Most of the large furniture had been ordered. They all agreed to deliver the goods on Sunday. At 5:30 p.m., Su Yang drove to the building where Lu Shui worked and waited downstairs. Because the party was at 6 p.m., he had to leave work a little early. "Honey." Lu Shui opened the door to the passenger seat and got into the car. She was wearing the new clothes, shoes, and bag that Su Yang had bought for her. And she had put on a light makeup. "Wife. I suddenly regretted bringing you along." Su Yang looked up and down at Lu Shui, and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Since the two of them have become more harmonious in their lives, Lu Shui's beauty has simply increased with each passing day. Especially the kind of temperament that comes from within, making her more radiant. "Hey, what's wrong, honey? Is your wife too old and ugly?" Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's eyes and smiled shyly. She felt very clearly that there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Silly girl, put it on." Su Yang did not answer Lu Shui's question, but turned around and took out a bag, handing it to her. Looking at the bag that Su Yang took out, Lu Shui widened her eyes. Boom! Su Yang couldn't help but smile to herself, and the car sped off. "Honey, you spent another 20,000 yuan on me," Lu Shui said softly, while putting earrings and rings on her ears and fingers. It turned out that Su Yang had bought her earrings and a ring. "Don't talk nonsense. Just dance more for me at night." "Oh, I also bought you some dancing clothes." "Yes, my husband." Lu Shui nodded vigorously and wiped away the tears that were about to spill. The necklace that Lolan had bought for her, Lu Shui didn't wear it. She really hated Lolan, and even the gifts she gave her were annoying. "Su Yang, where are you? You and Lu Shui are the only ones left." Sunja sent a voice message. "I'll be there in 10 minutes. At this time, there are a lot of cars on the road, so it's going a little slower." 15 minutes later, Su Yang and Lu Shui arrived at the private room where the reunion was being held. There was only one table in the private room, and there weren't as many people as Sunja had said. "Su Yang and Lu Shui, this way, this way." As soon as they entered, Sunja stood up to greet them. When he saw Lu Shui, he was instantly struck by her beauty. This woman. How did she become so attractive? Come on, there are only so many people here today. Let's eat and drink. I'm treating. Don't be shy. Sunja raised his glass and greeted his classmates. Lolan was also here today, sitting next to Sunja. It seems that there is a bit of an ambiguous relationship. And they are both single. "Honey, let's eat." Su Yang quietly pinched her little hand, reminding her not to be polite and to eat. Among the people present today, Lu Shui only knew Lolan and Sunja, and she was not familiar with the others at all. And she didn't want to talk to Lolan. Anyway, just eat quietly. "Sister, your temperament is really getting better and better. You're so pretty." Lolan came over with a glass of red wine in her hand, with a very obvious smile of flattery on her face. "Thank you." Lu Shui just nodded lightly and didn't take Lolan too seriously. "Sister, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Shall we have a toast?" Ding! Before Lu Shui could even raise her glass, Lolan had already taken her own glass and touched it to it, then started drinking on her own. Lu Shui hesitated for a moment, then picked up her glass. In fact, she was very annoyed by Lolan, so she thought that a gesture would be enough to get her to leave. She stood around like a fly, very annoying. Chapter 33, in front of Lao Zi, you ask Lu Shui about true love? Lai Su Yang, let's have a drink. Sunjo and Su Yang were sitting next to each other, so it was easy to talk. Drink slowly, what's the hurry? Seeing Sunja gulp down a glass of wine, Su Yang couldn't help but hesitate. If you drink like this, you'll get drunk in no time. Damn. We haven't seen each other for so many years, we're not going home until we're drunk. By the way, Lu Shui, is it okay to let your husband drink a little more? Sunja patted Su Yang on the shoulder and glanced at Lu Shui. It's fine, drink as much as you want. Lu Shui smiled and her voice was very clear. Drink up, brother. Your boss has spoken. Come on. One more. Su Yang followed and had another drink. Sunja, drink with me too. Lolan, who was on Sunja's left, rubbed his arm and said in a sweet voice. While saying this, she looked at Su Yang quietly. Well, come on, Lauren. You've gotten prettier in the few years I haven't seen you. No, it's my sister Lu Shui who has changed the most. I'm envious of her temperament. You are all beautiful, all beautiful. Come on, let's drink. Sunja and Luo Lin chatted with each other, and even praised Lu Shui. But Lu Shui pretended not to hear, and just quietly ate her meal. By the way, Sunja, I heard that you are now a big boss? You have to help me in the future. Lolin and Sunja continued chatting. No, I'm just a CEO of a company, a professional manager, not a boss at all. Sunja smiled modestly and turned his head to look at Lu Shui, who was quietly eating. Wow, Sunja, you're so amazing. You must be making millions a year, right? No, it's just 2 to 3 million, so. Wow. Sunja, you must help me out. Most of the classmates are ordinary wage earners, and people like Sunja are definitely considered top-notch. Sunja was very pleased with Lolin's compliment. And he would occasionally glance at Lu Shui. By the way, Sunja, after all these years, why haven't you gotten married yet? You're not waiting for me, are you? Ha ha ha. Lolin is the #1 beauty on campus, and I wouldn't dare to think that. Besides, Sunja said, looking at Su Yang. Besides, you and Su Yang were so close back then, I won't say anything. Since you didn't like my sister, did you like someone else? Cough cough cough. Lolin, I won't say anymore. Come on, let's drink. Su Yang turned his head and looked at Sunja and Lolin, who were chatting as if they were the only people in the room. You guys chat away, why bring me into it? And in front of Lu Shui. By the way, Lauren, why haven't you married? A beauty like you must have had a line of suitors a mile long. Hey, never mind, the person I like is already married. Lolin said, and winked at Su Yang. Damn it. What a slut. In front of Lu Shui, she dared to deliberately give me eye drops. Everyone was eating and drinking more and more, and chatting more and more. In the end, it was mainly about drinking. Especially the students who were chatting around Sunja, all of them had a servile look in their eyes. I say, let's not just drink, that's so boring. Let's play a game together? Lolin patted Sunja next to her and said with a smile. Okay, Lolin, I'll listen to you. What should we play? Let's play truth or dare, okay? No problem. Come on, raise your hand if you want to participate. Su Yang, you and Lu Shui, you two must participate. Sunja smiled and patted Su Yang on the shoulder, then clinked glasses with him and said, bottoms up. Okay, it's just for fun. Su Yang smiled and did not refuse his roommate's invitation. 2 other classmates raised their hands, making a total of 6 participants. Let's use this spoon. Whoever the spoon points at has to choose between truth or dare. Come on, ha ha ha. Sunja stood up and cleared the table. Lolin started spinning the spoon. Oh. It's spinning, haha, it's Lu Shui. The first time the spoon was spun, it landed on Lu Shui. Sister, do you want to play truth or dare? Let's go with the truth. Since you've already agreed to play, you can't back out now. Okay, listen up. May I ask, who is the man you really love in your life? Su Yang couldn't help but feel sick at the mention of it. In front of me, you're asking about Lu Shui's true love? The person I really like in my life is Su Yang. He loves me very much. I'm really lucky. As Lu Shui said this, she unconsciously squeezed Su Yang's hand. There was also a hint of pride in her eyes. I really envy you, brother. Come on, it's my turn to turn the spoon. Sunja could not help but let out a cry of despair and began to turn the spoon. Oh, no! Turn it around. Could it be Lu Shui again? Turn it around. It's Su Yang. Su Yang, what do you choose? Truth or dare? Let's go with the truth. It's just the truth, it's easier than performing a show or something. Well, seeing as you two are so deeply in love, I won't make it difficult for Su Yang. I'll just ask the same question. Who is the woman you really love in this life? Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. How could you ask such a fucking question? Do you want me to say that I like Lolan? Su Yang turned his head and glanced at Lolan. She was quietly winking at him with her fingers, her eyes full of longing and confusion. Oh! Holy shit! What a slut! The person I really like in my life. Su Yang said, stood up and looked at Lolan. In an instant, Lauren's eyes showed a look of triumph as if a plan had succeeded. The other students were also watching with interest, knowing that there was a big reward in it. Most people still know Su Yang's. They knew that he had been having an affair with Lolan for years. Su Yang looked at Lolan and didn't continue to say anything. He pulled his right hand, and Lu Shui immediately stood up obediently. The person I truly love in my life is my wife, Lu Shui. Su Yang said, and took Lu Shui in his arms, and kissed her directly in front of everyone present. He kissed her very hard. He kissed her very hard. Lu Shui just narrowed her eyes and meekly cooperated, catering to him. It seemed that she had forgotten everyone else in the room. In an instant, Lu Shui felt like the happiest woman in the world. Chapter 34 Su Yang, do you know how to behave? Humph. Lolan looked at Su Yang and Lu Shui kissing so passionately, and her face immediately turned down. She thought that Su Yang would definitely say, I have loved Lolan all my life. But Su Yang didn't follow the script she had set. In an instant, Sunja's face also turned very unhappy. Ha ha. Su Yang, you can just hint at it. I'm still single. Hurry up, it's your turn to turn the spoon. Boo. Su Yan let go of Lu Shui with a lingering feeling and whispered something in her ear. Tonight, you'll be beaten. Lu Shui also quietly responded. Her pretty face was already flushed. Soon, it was Lolan's turn to turn the spoon again. Coincidentally, the spoon pointed at Sunja. Sunja, come, let me ask you a question, huh? Okay, Lolan, you ask. Sunja scratched his head a little bit and looked at Su Yang and Lu Shui by his side. You just said that the person you like is already married, so who is the person you like? Ahem. Sunja scratched his head sheepishly, his eyes flickering. Which Lolan? Can you ask me another question? This is not very good. No, you must answer. Which? Sister Lolan, you're really killing me. Sunja pointed at Lolan with some difficulty and slowly turned his body. Su Yang. Brother, I'm really sorry. Get lost, you don't like me, do you? Su Yang smiled and shook Sunja's hand, leaning closer to Lu Shui. No, I was going to say that if I say it, you can't get angry. Fuck, it's your freedom to like who you want. I can't control you either. Su Yang said, and took Lu Shui in his arms. He leaned his head and kissed her again. He didn't care at all what the other people at the table thought. Lu Shui naturally cooperated. Su Yang had actually sensed that there was something wrong with today's Truth or Dare. Lolan and Sunja seemed to be setting a trap, deliberately letting her and Lu Shui get involved. He knew very well that Sunja would definitely say that he likes Lu Shui. In Lorraine's and his perception, Su Yang has been hitting Lu Shui all day long, and Lu Shui has long wanted to escape from this family and divorce him. So he set up a situation for Sunja to chase after her, and separated Su Yang and Lu Shui. When Sunja met Lu Shui, he was completely amazed by her. Say it, Sunja, say it. It seems that others have also seen the clues and are constantly encouraging him. After all, it's not a bad thing to watch a show. Ahem. I won't say it anymore. Watching Su Yang and Lu Shui kiss passionately as if they were alone, Sunja felt a chill in his heart. He had fallen for Lu Shui at first sight today. However, she was in Su Yang's arms, and she was extremely cooperative. He knew that today's game, he and Lolan had failed. Humph. No more games. Su Yang, do you know how to behave? What's wrong, Lolan? My wife and I were just being affectionate. We didn't bother anyone, did we? Besides, we're all adults here. Su Yang smiled and let go of Lu Shui, turning his head to look at Luo Lin and Sunja. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a while. Lu Shui and Su Yang left early. This dinner was obviously a trap. It was a trap set by Lolan and Sunja to break up Su Yang and Lu Shui. Honey, I just saw how Lolan's face looked. In the car, Lu Shui snuggled up to Su Yang in his arms and sat in the back seat together. Ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. I'm not the same old Su Yang anymore. Honey, Lolan must still think you like her. At first, I saw her so smug. Humph. A big slut. Oh, honey, there's something I need to tell you, but don't get mad. Lu Shui looked up, carefully watching Su Yang's expression. Go ahead, if I get angry, I'll definitely beat you. Hey. Honey, your classmate Sunja, he keeps looking at me for a while. I've noticed it for a long time. Sunja and Luo Lin are singing in unison, obviously with bad intentions. What's wrong, wife? Are you tempted? Su Yang said, and suddenly picked up Lu Shui's chin. The look in his eyes was also full of naked aggression. No, I'm not a big slut like Lolan. Lu Shui said, blushing and closing her eyes. Humph. That's more like it. The next day was Saturday. Su Lele still had to go to class. After all, it was the graduation class, and the college entrance exam was coming up soon. Lu Shui and Su Yang were up half the night, and didn't leave until 10 o'clock in the morning. Su Yang planned to go to the 4S store to choose a car for Lu Shui, and then go shopping for some kitchen accessories. After the furniture arrives on Sunday, they will clean up and move in on Monday or Tuesday. Honey, Lolan has asked me out again. She asked if I was free in the afternoon and said Sunja was treating the three of us to a bar. As the two were driving to the 4S shop, Lu Shui received another WeChat message from Lolan. Damn. This S goods. Su Yang couldn't help but curse. You've been pestering my wife, and you won't stop until you get what you want, right? What the hell are you going to do in a bar? Get drunk and get to know her better? Is it too late to change? I turned her down straight away, but I told her that I had mentioned her to my relatives. Ha? Then what? Pooh. Honey, pull over. I'll show you her picture. She's a real slut. She said that she wanted to let people see the photos first, hoping to make a good impression. If someone is willing to meet her, she must be notified in time. Chapter 35 Dad, you must love Mom in the future. Honey. I think she has a really nice body and her skin is so smooth. And she's not as good as my wife at all. Honey, she's so pretty. And she's not as pretty as my wife, so she's no match for her. Lu Shui and Su Yang took a quick look at the photos of art that Lolan had sent them. The photos were mostly ones that Su Yang had never seen before. Especially the photos of the thin gauze. The shadows are quite alluring. Honey, have you ever tried, hee hee? Lu Shui leaned back in the passenger seat and asked with a shy smile. I've never even kissed her. Su Yang did not have the memory of the past 15 years, so he did not know if he and Lolan had ever slept together. Anyway, he had only held her hand before, which was very frustrating and miserable. Hey. So, do you still want to try it, honey? Actually, I have a way. Cough cough cough. Do you want to be beaten again? Su Yang smiled and twisted Lu Shui's ear, then continued driving with the accelerator to the floor. I just don't like her, and I want my husband to fix her up. Actually, I can give her that cane. Lu Shui looked into Su Yang's eyes and smiled shyly. Don't worry, I'll fix her sooner or later. As for the test, forget it, it's too disgusting, I can't stand it. Su Yang shook his head lightly and reached out to give Lu Shui a slap on the head. Hey. After visiting several 4S stores, the two finally ordered a BYD Seal, pure electric version. After all, Lu Shui is driving around the city for work, so an electric car is quite suitable. Afterwards, the two of them went to the furniture store, supermarket, etc. They bought a lot of things in small amounts. At 3 p.m., The agent called and said that the house was already vacated and cleaned. All the houses Su Yang had were represented by this agency, so the agency was also relatively efficient. After all, Su Yang is their god of wealth. Let's go, honey. I'll show you our new place. The master bedroom is very nice and has a lot of space. What my husband means is it convenient for dancing? Well, of course. The two of them chatted happily all the way and soon arrived at the Phoenix New City community. When they arrived, a young man from the real estate agency was waiting for them and handed the keys to Su Yang. Honey, let Lele live in the southeast corner of the house. I think the light is very good and it's perfect for her. Pop. Isn't it quite far from our master bedroom? Hey. Lu Shui smiled shyly, almost fainting in Su Yang's arms. Well, let's let our father live in the room in the northeast corner. It's an east-facing room, and the lighting is good. Su Yang looked at the room and discussed it with Lu Shui. The southwest corner is the master bedroom, with good lighting and a large area. The floor area of this house is more than 230 square meters. The living room, dining room, and bedrooms are all reasonably designed. Now there is no big bed. Su Yang looked at the empty room and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Such a large place, and only the two of them. It would be nice to have a big bed and take a rest together. Honey, wait until tomorrow. I will definitely. Okay. Anyway, the furniture will be delivered tomorrow morning. Sofas, beds, TVs, washing machines. Everything. Ding dong. Lu Shui's phone received a WeChat message. Honey, Lolan wants to know when we're moving and wants to come over to celebrate. Should we let her come? Let's talk about it later. Tomorrow, after we've finished packing, it'll be our happy time. Su Yang doesn't want to see Lolan at all right now. After tidying up, he'll have time to clean up properly. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Lu Shui naturally follows her husband's decisions. Although she also wanted her husband to clean her up, she was a little reluctant to let him go. He almost lost his life for her. What a waste. All these years, he has spent so much money on her, but he hasn't even kissed her. It's really frustrating to think about it. She really wants to make Lolan experience all the violence that Su Yang once inflicted on her. Let her experience it too. The two of them stayed in the new house for a while before hurrying back. It was Saturday, and her daughter, Su Lele, got home from school early. When Su Lula came home from school, Su Yang opened the door for her. Dad, here. Su Lele took a note out of her pocket and handed it to Su Yang. Lele, is this the score of the mock exam? Well. After saying that, Su Lele hurriedly went into the kitchen. Mom, hey. Su Lele smiled and hugged his mother's waist. How was the exam? Yes, Mom, I was 5th in my class. 5th place? Yes. Lu Shui turned around excitedly and hugged her daughter. If she can maintain this level of performance, she'll definitely get into number 1 middle school. In the past, her class's ranking was between 15th and 20th, and this result is really a bit of a struggle to get into the first high school. Maybe she'll just be a candidate for the second best list. But if she can maintain her 5th place ranking, then she'll definitely get into number 1 middle school. Progressing so quickly? Hey, yeah. Su Lele looked out at her father and a look of indescribable happiness shone in her eyes. Seeing how happy my mom is every day, I don't have any pressure. In fact, I could have done it. I just used to get distracted. Yes, my daughter is great. Lu Shui hugged her daughter excitedly and couldn't stop cheering. Lele is so great. Su Yang walked into the kitchen and handed the note to Lu Shui. Dad, you must take good care of Mom from now on. Don't worry, my dear. From now on, I will take good care of you and your mother. Su Yang happily rubbed his hands together and scratched his head. Tomorrow, you can study at home first. After your parents have finished decorating the new house, we'll go over there together, and then we'll have a big dinner. Yes, that's good, Dad. Although Su Lele had cleared up some of the misunderstandings with her father, her relationship with her father was still far from as close as her relationship with her mother. So the conversation was still light, but it was much stronger than before. Chapter 36 Moving, a Happy Upgrade. The next day was Sunday. After breakfast, Su Yang and Lu Shui hurried to the new house. When they arrived, they found that the delivery people were already waiting. There were people responsible for delivery and installation. Su Yang and Lu Shui only had to accept the delivery and sign for it. By 11 o'clock, all the furniture and appliances had been delivered and installed, and the packaging bags and other garbage had been taken away. As long as the money is in place, the service will naturally be in place. Honey, in the afternoon, we'll bring the clothes and bedding, and then we can move in. Lu Shui was washing the newly purchased tableware while shyly feeling Su Yang's harassment. He kept patting, scratching, and pinching her. Hurry up and wash up, we'll try out the bed later. Honey, that mattress you chose is really good, it's not only elastic, but it doesn't make a sound either. Of course, I have a colleague who used to make furniture. She recommended it to me, so it can't be bad. Boo! Su Yang kissed her without permission, then took her away with her hands still wet. You can wash the dishes later. We're going out for dinner tonight anyway. Hey, it's so comfortable. Lu Shui took off her shoes and jumped right in, happily jumping up and down. It's just that there are too many clothes, and many of the movements can't be done properly, so it feels a lot less natural. But it's still okay to watch. Honey, look, we can put a desk here, a computer, and we can copy some good movies and watch them together. Haven't watched a movie recently, aren't you a little bit missing it? Su Yang looked at Lu Shui's expression and couldn't help but laugh to himself. Yes. I do want to watch them. But most movies are the same old stuff, and there are very few good ones. Well, yes, they are mostly low-budget productions, so how could they possibly come up with new ideas? Su Yang couldn't help but nod. When I was in the dormitory at school, I did secretly watch a lot of them. Anyway, it's all the same. Okay, then let's buy a computer desk, a large screen monitor, and a laptop. Since my wife has brought it up, we must do it right. The main reason is for the happiness of the two of us. Love needs to be nurtured, and life needs passion. After a short while, the two of them went back. After a simple meal of noodles in the old house, they began packing up. Wife, you should throw away all these old clothes. You won't be able to wear them again. It's a bit of a shame, honey. There are indeed a lot of clothes that have accumulated over the years. But many of them are too old, and many of them can no longer be worn. But Lu Shui has always been reluctant to throw them away. Be a good girl. I'll pack up the old clothes you don't wear anymore and throw them in the donation box for you. Okay. Since her husband had said so, Lu Shui naturally didn't say anything. Even if she took the clothes to the new house, they would basically just take up space. Even Su Leilei's clothes are mostly old ones that should be thrown away. Pack everything in this cardboard box. Don't let Leilei see it, remember. Don't worry, honey. Oh, and throw away the rattan. It makes me feel so bad to see it. As Lu Shui was packing the contents, she reached in and took out the rattan. This is the thing that caused Lu Shui so much trouble. Snap. It needs to be broken directly, and then broken into several pieces. Then it was thrown to the ground. Husband. As soon as he reached out, Lu Shui was tightly embraced by Su Yang. Very tight. Lu Shui's tears flowed down. This thing has made her so scared for so many years, and most of her scars are from this cane. Finally, Su Yang broke it himself. In an instant, Lu Shui suddenly felt a sense of relief. It was as if the mountain that had been weighing on her shoulders had suddenly disappeared. Shall we use this from now on? If you don't like it, you can buy some more online. Okay, honey. I'll look at buying some more. Lu Shui felt Su Yang's strong embrace and her breath became a little short. Okay, I'll leave this to you. Well. Continue packing. There are a lot of things scattered around the house, so it will take a lot of time to clean up. Lu Shui and Su Yang cleaned up together. Su Leilei continued to study in his own hut. Finally, they went to Su Leilei's hut and tidied up everything inside. Throw away what should be thrown away and pack what should be packed. Although the house is not big, after cleaning up, there is a lot of stuff. Su Yang called a small truck and took it all away at once. The Su family of 3 drove in front, and the small truck followed behind. Leilei, don't you think Dad is getting better and better? Lu Shui and Su Leilei sat in the back seat and whispered to each other. Well, as long as he doesn't hit Mom. Don't worry, Dad will never hit me again. He's so good to me now, he doesn't even say a harsh word. And your dad thinks about you every day. Why don't you talk to him more often? Okay. In a couple of days, your grandpa will be living with us, so you must be polite to him, okay? You haven't met your grandfather yet, and he's also very nice. Yes, Mom. Su Yang listened to the two of them talking, and her eyes could not help but become moist. Lu Shui is not only a patient wife, but also a very good mother. If it weren't for her constant communication with the child, I believe the child would not have accepted him so quickly. Tomorrow, I'll go get Dad. This way, the family will be reunited. Hey! It's just that Mom left in such a hurry. Otherwise, maybe the family would have been more complete. Lu Shui took her daughter to her room. Lele, this is your room. What do you think? Is it pretty? Hey! I like it. New bed, new desk, new lamp. Everything is new. The light is so good. The environment here is much better than the old house. Let's clean up and then we'll go out for a big meal. Lu Shui smiled and patted the child on the shoulder, then turned and left Lele's room and went to the master bedroom. Honey, what are you smiling about? Look, it just arrived by courier. Honey, what is this? Lu Shui saw the paper box that Su Yang had opened, which contained some interesting things. She was so embarrassed that she covered her mouth. Her eyes widened and her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 37, Continue to fool around with Lolan. The new home and environment are full of new ideas. Su Yang and Lu Shui were very satisfied with the master bedroom of the new house. The space for dancing is relatively large, and Lu Shui has also tried some difficult moves that she has never done before. This gave Su Yang a whole new experience. The next day, Su Yang drove his daughter directly to school. The junior high school is a little far away. It takes about 20 minutes to get there by bicycle. After breakfast, he drove Lu Shui to work. Lu Shui could have taken the bus, but Su Yang was worried and insisted on taking her. With Lu Shui's current radiant appearance, she might encounter a bus pervert or something, and that would be a waste. Su Yang didn't want to put himself in that kind of situation. It's a bit far from the office, so riding the tram is probably out of the question. Anyway, in a few days, the car will be delivered, and then Lu Shui can drive to work. Su Yang then went to his father's place and packed up all his clothes and bedding. As for other things, I'll take them when I have time. Yang, I'll give you this card. Su Yang's father held a bank card and held out his hand to give it to Su Yang. I don't want it. The rent for those houses is hundreds of thousands of yuan a month, and it's impossible to spend it all. Su Yang shook his head and did not take his father's money. Okay, then keep it for my granddaughter's school fees. Su Yang's father nodded and took the card back. There is nearly 100 million yuan in this card, which is enough for Su Lulu to go to school. This money has been accumulated over the years from rent and other things. If it weren't for the old woman who had tricked him out of so much money, the money in the card would have at least doubled. Okay, Dad, you take a look around. I'm going to the agency. The contract for the house is about to expire, and I'm not going to represent them anymore. By the way, Lu Shui and Lulu will only come back at night. It's mainly because the distance is a bit far, so I'm temporarily picking them up and dropping them off. After a few words with his father, Su Yang left. Since he was going to manage the house himself, Su Yang planned to set up a real estate agency and hire a few people to get started. The contracts with the agents are all signed for 1 year. Some of the contracts will expire soon. Take them over one step at a time and work them up. Ding dong. It's Lolan calling. Hello? What's up, baby? Humph. I'm not your baby, so go hug that slut of yours. You know, I'm not going to mess with her now. In front of so many people, I have to protect her, right? You see, I've bought several more houses, and it's all thanks to her. What? You bought more houses? Yes, baby, look. I'll send you some pictures. Su Yang had the pictures of the property ownership certificates in his phone, so he sent a few to Lolan. And they were all large, good quality houses. I never thought my baby could be so amazing, and the title deeds are all in your name. Lolan immediately noticed the key information on it. There was no mention of Lu Shue's name on the property ownership certificate. I took good care of her, so she wrote my name on the deed, but she still controls the money. Hee, okay, baby, I forgive you. By the way, did I send the photo of me to that relative that Lu Shue mentioned last time? Yes, I sent it to him. He didn't say anything, but I could see the sadness in his eyes. Oh, baby, are you saying you don't want me anymore? How could that be? I used to be like that with you. Humph. I'm yours at all times. What? Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. It seems that you and Lolan have slept together before? No. No, I don't remember. Su Yang didn't seem to believe it, so he simply denied it. You were drunk that night, weren't you? You were tossing and turning all night, and then you fell asleep. Holy cow! Su Yang immediately realized what had happened. It turned out that he had been fooled by this slut. Fuck the sheets. More like get the hell out. Okay, I'll ask your relative if he wants to meet you. I can't guarantee that it will work out. It depends on how Lu Shue feels about it. I saw her wearing the necklace you gave her the other day. In a couple of days I'm going to buy her another bracelet, but I don't have any money. Okay, I'll do it. It's just a bracelet. Lolan still believed in Su Yang's explanation. The most critical link at the moment is still with Lu Shue. Not to mention the property ownership certificate that Su Yang sent her, which is the best proof. I'm sorry to make my baby spend money. It's okay. We're just trying to make more money, right? I'm telling you, Su Yang, you have to think of me when you make money from the house. After all, I'm your woman. Look at what you're saying, baby. I'll come to your place tonight and we can communicate a little. It's been a long time, Sour. I live with my friends, it's not convenient. Then we can go to a hotel and get a room. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. I lost my memory that time, and I don't remember a thing. I won't drink this time. How about we have a good communication? I don't feel well lately, and it's not convenient. Then, can I give you a house? Su Yang couldn't help but smile to himself. I don't believe you won't take the bait. Really? Yes. Okay, come over now. Hey, you're so nice, baby. Should I call a good friend of mine over to drink and chat with you? Why call your buddy? Ha, the more people there are, the better the communication. I hate it. If you really give me a house, I wouldn't mind, but you men. Oh, my goodness. Su Yang was shocked. This is just a casual chat, and she actually agreed? This way of communication, it seems that she is not at all unfamiliar with it. Let's stop chatting. Lu Shue is coming over. If she finds out, I'm finished. Okay, it's over. Su Yang couldn't help but smile to herself. Damn it, I was just teasing you. I'll go with a friend later, preferably someone who plays sports. Play is play, but don't even think about the house. Chapter 38, brother, I'll give you one more piece of advice. You'd better stay away from this girl. When I got off work in the evening, Su Yang went to the building where Lu Shue worked and picked her up. Honey, a cousin of mine from my hometown is coming to Jiangqing to look for a job. Can you pick him up at the train station tomorrow? When Su Yang was ordered to do something like this, Lu Shue still felt a little uneasy. It was mainly because the mark of more than 10 years was indeed too deep. What's wrong, little one? What are you worried about? Hey. Lu Shue looked at Su Yang's eyes and smiled shyly. Don't worry, I've bought so many good things online, my husband won't let you off the hook. Su Yang winked at Lu Shue with a knowing look. What time tomorrow? My current agency is not yet up and running, so I'm not busy anyway. I'll be at the station at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Let him call you then, okay, honey? Seeing that Su Yang was not the least bit angry, another invisible shackle in Lu Shue's heart disappeared without her realizing it. Okay, no problem, this is a small matter. Su Yang nodded with a smile and squeezed the small hand that Lu Shue had offered him. They bought some more groceries on the way home, and after they got home, Lu Shue went to cook. Su Yang accompanied his father to watch TV and chat casually. When his daughter was about to finish school, Su Yang hurriedly drove to the school. Dad, I can actually ride my bike home. Su Lele is actually quite sensible. He knows that his father is very busy for the sake of the family. It's okay, honey. The exam is coming up soon. Safety is the most important thing. When you get into number 1 middle school, you can live at home or at school. Dad supports you. Hey. Dad, I'll try my best. Oh, Dad, did my grandpa come to the house? Su Lele's smile grew wider and wider as he talked to Su Yang. Yes, he's here. He was just talking about you. He looked at your photo and said you looked just like my grandmother when she was young. Didn't my mother say that my grandmother was a beauty? Yes, my baby is also a beauty, huh? But you are a little beauty now, and you will be a beauty when you grow up. Su Yang looked at his daughter and laughed happily. In fact, Su Yang's daughter is really pretty, and she looks more lively than her mother Lu Shui did when she was younger. Hey! Hearing Su Yang's praise, Su Lele couldn't help but laugh. Her pretty little face was like a blooming flower. Quick, call Grandpa. After arriving home, Su Yang patted the child on the shoulder and pointed to the grandfather sitting on the sofa. Hi, Grandpa. Su Lele was not shy and greeted her grandfather with a smile, then walked over to him. Good girl, you've really grown up. Grandpa stood up excitedly, waving his hands around, as if he had nowhere to put them. The family is finally reunited. Grandpa's smile grew wider and wider. Seeing his son, daughter-in-law and granddaughter all together in such harmony, his heart finally began to slowly settle down. The next morning, after Su Yang dropped off his daughter and Lu Shui, he drove to the train station. As for what the eldest brother of the Lu family looks like, he has never seen him either, so he will just wait for the call at the exit. 9:10. Su Yang's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar mobile number. Hello? This is Su Yang. Hello, Su Yang, I'm Lu Qing, Lu Shui's older brother. I've already left the station. Where are you? Su Yang looked around the station entrance and saw a man in his 40s who was leaving the station while talking on the phone. There was no one else around making a phone call, so it must be him. Brother Lu? Su Yang? The two men confirmed their identities. Let's go, Lu Gu. I rented a hotel room for you. Thank you. Thank you. When I arrived, I specifically told Lu Shui not to pick me up. Look, Brother Lu, you're new here, you don't know the area, let's go. Su Yang talked to Lu Qing while leading him to the parking lot. Brother Lu, were you a salesman before? Yes, is my performance so obvious? Ha ha. Well, you do look like a rich guy. Su Yang couldn't help but nod with a smile. I know. This guy is a close relative of Lu Shui. This person really does have a certain feel to him, both in his speech and appearance. What a big spender. I'm just a salesman. Something happened at home, so I came to Jiangqing to make a living. What about your wife and children? What wife and children? They're divorced. As they were talking, Su Yang took him to the hotel he had booked in advance. It was not far from Su Yang's new home. This man is very talkative and knows a lot of things. He has been to many places in the north and south of the country. Su Yang had a lot to say, so he chatted with him for a long time. The two of them had become quite familiar with each other. As they chatted, they talked about women. Men, when they get together, either talk about the international situation or women. It's normal. Although Lu Qing is the eldest brother of Lu Shui, he doesn't think much about this relationship. It's only natural. Later, Su Yang showed Lu Qing a photo of Lolan and said that she was a single friend of his. After seeing it, Lu Qing's eyes immediately lit up. This kind of woman is too easy for him. Brother, I can tell you, you'd better not touch a girl like this. To be honest, if she lets you play, then it's okay to play around. But you can't get attached to her, because if you do, you'll be heartbroken. This girl is both flirtatious and shrewd, and she's also greedy. You can tell that just by looking at her. Compared to my sister Lu Shui, this girl is completely incomparable, really. Wow. Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. This big brother is awesome. He can tell so much just by looking at her. But it makes sense to think about it. This big brother has traveled all over the country and seen many women. He is also a professional salesman, so he probably has a good grasp of people's hearts. As for myself, I'm just a 21-year-old memory. I really lack a lot. Damn. You're awesome, big brother. It's because I've always been around the river that my wife found out about my shady business and I'm now a single man. Brother, I'm going to give you some advice. You'd better stay away from this girl. But I'll take care of this girl for you, ha ha ha. Lu Qing said, and couldn't help laughing. Brother, I'm afraid I'm going to upset you, but my sister Lu Shui is absolutely a wonderful woman. This little girl has been different from others since she was a child. Once she has decided on a man, even if she has to die, she will be good to you. You think about it, brother. I'm not going to lie to you. Su Yang was indeed a bit shocked. This is really a great lesson. Chapter 39, Ready to Retaliate Against Lolan. Brother Lu, I'm going home first. Call me if you need anything. The two of them chatted until the middle of the afternoon, and they even had dinner together. This older brother talked a lot about his own life experience, and repeatedly persuaded Su Yang to cherish Lu Shui. It was getting late, so Su Yang got up and left. Before leaving, he also sent a few photos of Lolan to Lu Qing. These photos are a way of thanking Lu Qing for her life experience. As for the follow-up, I will decide later depending on the situation. One step at a time. Honey, I just heard Qing say that you and he had a very happy chat. Su Yang picked up Lu Shui from work and headed home. Yes, this older brother has a lot of life experience, which is good. Su Yang nodded with a smile. He agreed with many of Lu Qing's views. My Qingge is actually very good in every way, except that he is too fickle. My sister-in-law divorced him because she found out he was fooling around with other women. Ahem. After hearing Lu Shui's words, Su Yang couldn't help but feel embarrassed. According to what he knows now, Su Yang has been a womanizer for more than 10 years. In addition to drinking and playing cards, he also found little girls. Isn't that being fickle-minded? According to the card players in the original community, they used to play quite a lot. Lu Shui must have known about these things. Hey! Lu Shui instantly discovered Su Yang's embarrassment and couldn't help but laugh shyly. A prodigal son who returns home is worth more than gold. I know my husband must be the best in the world. Su Yang said nothing, but reached out and touched the small hand that Lu Shui had offered him. Honey, the past is the past. Don't think about it anymore. Anyway, I'm your most obedient little fool. As she spoke, Lu Shui closed her eyes slightly and leaned back in the passenger seat. Her lips were slightly pursed and her eyes were slightly narrowed. The next afternoon, Su Yang found a shop front not far from the residential area. While signing the contract, he received a WeChat message from Lolan. Baby, I bought a jade bracelet for Lu Shui. It cost more than 60,000 yuan. How about it? Am I sincere enough? I really spent a lot on you. The necklace and bracelet cost 100,000 yuan, so I've made a little profit. Then come over to Ming Tai community to pick it up. I'm playing cards with my sisters right now. I'll tell you, Su Yang, one of my sisters is really pretty. Okay, I'll come over to get it later. Since you bought it, you should take it. Besides, the closest relative is here, the original family, which is pretty close, right? Very soon. Su Yang signed the contract and rented the storefront. After that, he went directly to the Ming Tai residential area. Honey, come downstairs. I'm at the entrance to the community. No, Su Yang, come up quickly. I'll introduce you to a sister. This little sister is only in her early 20s, so she's very fresh. Holy cow! I don't know what Lolan meant by this, replacing her with a younger girl? Continue to take money from me? She went to find Lu Shui's close relative? Su Yang thought about it for a while, but didn't really understand. It's a real coincidence that Lu Shui's relative is in Jiangcheng again. I have to go see him later to ask him about his impression of you and whether he wants to meet you and chat with you. Su Yang was too lazy to have an in-depth conversation with the little sister, so he just made up an excuse and refused. Really? That's great. I'll be right down with this little girl. 10 minutes later, Lorraine and a young girl walked towards the entrance of the residential area. Su Yang, your rich relative is really here? Here you go. Lorraine came to Su Yang's side, her face full of excitement. Yes, I had dinner with him yesterday, and he asked me to come over again today. Su Yang smiled and nodded, and reached out to take the bag containing the bracelet. Good, Su Yang, you can definitely say a few good words. Oh, Su Yang, this is my little sister, Lan Lan. She's only 23 years old. Hello, big brother. I'm Lan Lan. Su Yang couldn't help but shudder when he heard the girl's voice. She sounded so girly and sweet, it was disgusting. Damn it. She's not bad looking, but she's a bit disgusting on the inside. Hello, Lolan, I'm leaving now. I'll let you know if I hear anything. Su Yang pretended not to see the small hand Lan Lan extended to him, and just waved to Lolan before leaving. A woman with such qualities is not even as good as a single hair on Lu Shui. Damn it, do you still want to take over Lolan and continue to fool your brother? You're thinking too much. It was night. Lu Shui changed into her most exquisite dance costume and snuggled up in Su Yang's arms. Honey, Lolan the slut has just lost 100,000 yuan. It's unbelievable. She's so smart, how could she buy me so many gifts? Su Yang couldn't help but smile sheepishly. This is mainly because he was too stupid in the past. Loren had always been able to manipulate him so easily that he had been particularly trusting of his former lapdog. Honey, do you think I look good in this bracelet? Well, it's not bad. Looking at Lu Shui's raised wrist, Su Yang nodded with a smile. But what about the future? I don't have any rich relatives either. Close relatives are fine. What's the difference between rich and poor? It's all about the mouth, isn't it? Which rich man would want to find a slut like her? Su Yang carefully observed the dance costume, which was the same whether it was worn or not, and greedily sniffed the faint fragrance emitted by Lu Shui. You, husband, are you trying to get Chinga to pretend to be a rich man? He is your close relative, huh? If this slut Lolan falls into Qing's hands, I think she'll definitely suffer. Qinggu is too flirtatious. I heard that he can get a strange woman into bed in as little as 10 minutes. What? Are you worried that Lorraine will suffer, or that Qingga will take advantage of her? Ha. Lu Shui thought about it and couldn't help but laugh. If these two get together, I wonder what kind of interesting story will come out of it. It would be best if Lolan were left with nothing. After being cheated out of so much money for more than 10 years, I have to get my revenge. Chapter 40, Bubbles for Underwear, Waterflow for a Cloak. Su Yang's intermediary storefront was considered rented. Now all that remains is to go through the formalities, find a renovation team, and renovate the storefront. It will probably take about 10 days or half a month to get it done. The next morning, Su Yang had just negotiated a renovation team when Lolan's phone rang again. Damn it, like a ghost of death. Su Yang, baby, did you ask your rich relative if he would take me along to get rich? It's all about money. Su Yang was really sick of such a slut. If it weren't for wanting to get back at her, I would never have answered her call again. Oh, I asked a question. Really? What did he say? Damn it, just tell me already. He said that he heard from Lu Shui that you two were classmates in the past and that your relationship was just a so-so, and that he would think about it. He wants to help people close to him. He said that you are an outsider, and you are not related to any of us. Keep making her anxious. So you didn't say I was your girlfriend? Damn it. Do you think I dare say this? If Lu Shui finds out, she'll cut me off. This rich guy is already her close relative, I'm not that stupid. So what do you think we should do? Lorraine is really getting anxious. Now that the 100,000 yuan gift has been given away, there is still no sign of a solution. And Lu Shui still treats her coldly. Don't worry. I asked him yesterday, what do you think of this little sister? Guess what he said? Hurry up and tell me. What did he say? He said that the girl is quite attractive and that they can have a good in-depth exchange. But I think what he said was a bit strange and I didn't quite understand. Su Yang deliberately emphasized the tone of in-depth communication, presumably this big slut must have understood it in a second. Hey, I hate it. Okay, Su Yang, give me his phone number, I'll contact him directly. Sure enough, after hearing Su Yang's words, Lolan laughed happily on the spot. He's been busy with his project lately, but he said he'd find some time to meet up with us and chat. Oh, okay. Oh, baby, what does he mean by in-depth communication? Does he want to have a long chat with you alone? Su Yan suppressed a laugh and continued to act dumb. Well, that's about it. Okay, Su Yang, thank you. Lolan had a good idea of what in-depth communication meant after hearing Su Yang's words. She was very confident in her beauty. No matter what kind of man, from 18 to 80, as long as she uses her charm, she can definitely win him over. What's wrong with a rich guy? Men are all the same. As long as you are bold, flirtatious, and crazy enough, any man will fall at her feet. Finally, he also sent Su Yang a photo as a reward. A picture of her taking a shower in the bathroom. The bubbles are the clothes, and the water is the cloak. It's clear and not clear, it makes you want to flip over the back of your phone. Holy cow! This? It's not even on the same level as the one Lu Shui showed me. Wait, damn it. I'll have to study her with a magnifying glass sooner or later. After the renovation company was chosen, Su Yang handed the keys to the storefront to their person in charge. It was a turnkey project, so he saved himself the trouble. After about half a month, it was all done. Around noon, Su Yang bought some food outside and brought it home. Dad was at home alone, and basically cooked for himself. Su Yang didn't come home to eat with him, but when he was busy, he ate alone. Honey. Hey. As soon as he entered the house, he found that Lu Shui had actually returned. Honey, did you see the new car parked downstairs? Hey, our new car has arrived. The store called me this morning, so I took a half day off and went to pick up the car. Lu Shui walked up to Su Yang and put her arms around him. She was full of excitement. Is it easy to drive? It's really easy to drive. Thank you, honey. Really, why don't I believe it? Hey. Later, you can try driving it, but it won't be as good as me. Seeing Lu Shui's happy and flattering look, Su Yang couldn't help but be excited again. Then he thought of Lolan's snobbish and slutty appearance, it was really incomparable. Just as brother Lu Qing said, Lu Shui is really a top-notch woman. Honey, I'll drive myself to work from now on. He. My husband loves me so much, I feel a little ashamed lately. Silly girl, what are you ashamed of? My work is actually quite easy, but my husband works very hard. On the one hand, he has to start a business, and on the other hand, he has to pick me up and take me home, and then he still treats me so well. And he also has to pick up and drop off our son, so he's really hard-working. Lu Shui tightly hugged Su Yang's waist and looked at his eyes with a flattering look. It's okay, baby. It would be better if you let go a little more when you dance. I installed the new computer desk and computer this afternoon. Yes, definitely. With Dad at home, the two of them didn't dare to let loose. They only kissed for a while in the master bedroom before coming out. Dad, dinner is ready. Lu Shui went to the kitchen to make a soup, and then she called everyone to get ready for dinner. Good, Xiao Shui, you've worked hard. Dad happily put down his book and walked out of the study. Since coming to this small home, Dad's mood has been getting better and better every day. He either goes for a walk, or reads a book in the study, or makes tea. It's getting more and more peaceful and comfortable. Dad, would you like some? Su Yang took out a bottle of wine and asked. Sure, have some. Dad couldn't help but smile and nod. He hadn't had a drink in many years. He hadn't had a drink since the day his mother left. Now, his son knows how to live. His daughter-in-law is polite and sensible, and she is very accommodating and caring towards her son. The little granddaughter is very obedient and well-behaved, and she is also a good student. The family is happy together, and that is enough for the rest of my life. Then let's drink some. Hubby, you can drink as much as you want. I'll pick up Lele in the evening. Lu Shui knew that Su Yang didn't drink at all these days, so he must really want to drink. Since he has really reformed. Now, it doesn't matter if he drinks a little more occasionally.